strategic dimension. At the same time, there are profound transformations in terms of sociology and also involving the social fabric of our countries. These issues need to be tackled by governments and by governmental organizations, and these may be major entry points for profound reforms that involve research, and these programs, reform programs, may not be sufficient. So the practical question is, how can we formulate these issues in a new format so that the reforms are efficient, profound, and spanning all sectors and all dimensions, so as to be clearer when we pose the question? We have societies, young societies, for the majority of them, that aspire to new modes of life that are translated into modes of work and labor and employment. And in parallel, there are world economic dynamics that involve new developments. Many of these developments are related to technologies, not like as an instrument, but as a factor that impacts the modes of production and even modes of consumption. And on top of this, we have intervention mechanisms for public action that are limited and are not always up to the mark when it comes to the dynamics that affect societies. 12 or 15 years ago, we had specific societies that were based on a certain number of criteria, socially speaking. We have, of course, aspirations to social promotion, ascension, and also we used to have some discipline. And after a certain number of mutations during the last decade, we had the emergence of egalitarian societies that built their action on a new basis and with a lot of aspirations among the youth, among women, and among different age categories. These aspirations may not correspond to the different processes as was the case in the previous social system. But despite the structural transformation of the professional and individual processes in terms of aspirations and the will to reach higher degrees of income, of standards of living, the answers provided by institutions remained conditioned by the norms, the social norms, and this is where the issue lies, to my mind. So one of the first outcomes of such a reflection is that it is necessary that we have an effort to organize society, meaning that we need to adapt to the way the society evolves in accordance with the economic development, in accordance with the aspirations and objectives of local communities, and taking into account the different issues and clashes, I would say, with public policies based on austerity, for example. Given the current situation, economically speaking and socially speaking. So the issue here is how to cope with these new expressions in our societies that may have, that may be of economic or social nature. We have tried to contain this subject, positively speaking and not negatively, through a social dialogue, first of all with the classical or traditional organizations of society, meaning unions, government, and other forces, social forces. So we have tried to institutionalize this dialogue, and it yielded during the last 3 years 2 major events a year, April and September, before the discussion of the budget law. This dialogue played a major role in the efforts aiming to overcome all these issues. We had major issues that could have hampered the structural and social transformations that some of the experts mentioned yesterday. Meaning employing more than 500,000 teachers, for example, and professors, a sector like the higher education, like the health sector, these traditional sectors that used to be considered as traditional sectors, but which have become the basis of the development and human development of any country, without which there may not be any development or growth, and we would end up coping with revolutions and social unrest. So the aim here is to avail a mechanism for collective dialogue and confer the legitimacy, necessary legitimacy to this mechanism, so that it may provide and yield practical and positive results for citizens. The outcome of these this mechanism is the increase in salaries in 2 steps, also the improvement of working conditions, and more consideration given to work and workers. These are the foundations of stability, political and security-wise, which leads to economic growth and development. The work we did during the last year, and I will not delve into the details of it. We are still negotiating at the level of our government with the different sectors. So there had to be two waves, actually, or two parts, the social or societal part and the economic part. The main things that we did, economically speaking, is that we reviewed the investment charter, which enables Morocco to be present internationally so as to attract investments for future and prospective sectors, among which energy and renewable energy. We had to come to an agreement with the different stakeholders and to ensure territorial equity, but also we had to choose major projects that have a strategic dimension for our country, like the green hydrogen, for example. 1 million hectares were dedicated to this most promising sector, for example, and we had a series of consultations and meetings and encounters with international partners to explain the position and the aspirations of Morocco in this regard. So I will not expand in this regard, but we had 30% up to 30% increase of investments in these major $50 million projects and above. But all this is not sufficient. We had to focus on the social realm, on employment, socially speaking, not only investment-wise. We also focused on vocational training and tried to cope with the problems in two steps. In the aftermath of the COVID pandemics, for example, we implemented successful measures. And then we had the figures relating to unemployment. Morocco is at the heart of the issue of climate change. Every year we have hundreds of thousands of unemployed coming from the rural areas. This displacement was mainly due to drought and other social issues. So what we used to do classically in this regard is that we had some sectors that could compensate the deficit via the trade and the building sectors, because these two sectors are not labor intensive in terms of quality or qualifications. And actually we had to cope also with imported inflation, from which the building sector, the construction sector and other sectors suffered in the process. So during the 15 months, the last 15 months, we have adopted a budget in excess of $1,500,000 dedicated to employment for non-qualified labor mainly, and also in the process of the improvement of skills and competencies that was launched by His Majesty the King, may God assist him. The health sector and the tourism sector are cases in point. The technology and industry as well. Yesterday I was in Tangier, in the north of Morocco, and there was an exhibition by industrialists. In total, the sector of services and industry is recovering. The construction sector as well is recovering, but we are aware that future developments will involve technologies and artificial intelligence. We have a plan, a governmental plan, to launch an important program for the training of thousands of skills in the digital realm. Thank you.
التدبير الرقمي للمقاولات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، ومن أجل إحداث قفزة نوعية في المساطر الحكومية والجماعات الترابية والخدمات للمواطنين. هذه أمور تتعرفوها وكاينة في جميع الدول. التحدي بالنسبة
The challenge for us today is how to engage or to ensure the engagement of all stakeholders at the same time at all these levels. That is the challenge. As part of a national consensus regarding some key structural projects, and the solution for us is to ensure there are a number of breaks with what we used to do. The first one concerns diplomas, especially in the digital area. There are many people who can acquire skills without going through the classical training programs. And therefore, we shall come up with a key reform in order to make sure there is a different pathway, meaning a second chance pathway. And we would like it to be a pathway towards excellence, not just to provide jobs. And that is the purpose. And we want to have tens of thousands of people concerned, not just thousands. And we want to make sure that we support small and medium businesses that provide jobs, significant numbers of jobs, and that have to be very competitive to be in a position to address the issues at hand. And we have devoted about $1 billion for the year 2025. Second, we would like to give opportunities to people who do not have any diplomas, and this is the first time the state will be providing assistance for people without who do not have any diplomas. We know that these are people who are very good, they are qualified, but they do not have any diplomas. So in a nutshell, this is what I wanted to say, but it's difficult to say all that I wanted to say in 10 minutes. I'm not an expert to come with specific figures, criteria, models, and approaches. Maybe if I, as a politician and as a government official, I wanted to ask the key question that we're facing today. I don't have enough time to look at it from different angles, but generally speaking, and as we are looking at the problems, economic problems and social problems, And as we look at the labor market, the job opportunities out there and the services, and as we face the challenge of women's participation in the labor market in the formal sector, but in the informal sector, their participation is not so good. And we have to keep in mind that behind the figures, there are people, there are human stories that involve ambitions, involve an identity, a desire to look to the future, to express a viewpoint, to express opinions, not necessarily a political opinion, which of course we welcome, but an opinion as far as management is concerned. And if we do not provide at state level the mechanisms and ways to make the best use of these energies and work in good faith with the citizens, we will not be able to manage a nation such as the Kingdom of Morocco. The Kingdom of Morocco, as you know, and that is as similar to many Arab countries, this is a country that has a long history and identity, specific identity. And these are things that we feel, that we see in the way the society interacts with what is happening, especially that Morocco will be hosting major events, for example, sports events such as the World Cup, and therefore this is an opportunity to change a lot of things, and therefore to also promote the partnerships with the Gulf countries and a number of countries around the world. And therefore, there is a very strong dynamic that is going on within the country. And therefore, we have to make sure that this dynamic is accompanied by the participation and involvement of young people in this 21st century. Thank you very much, and sorry to have taken so long. Thank you. We cannot hear the lady. Ladies and gentlemen, we start now the fourth session of our conference, which deals with the Industrial Revolution, navigating AI, digital transformation, and the future of jobs in the World Cup. We give the floor to Mr. Ridha, Gouia, Dean of Ibn Sina College, Tunisia. The papers, the paper presentation, Hanan Nazir, Professor of Economics and Assistant Lecturer of Economics. Good morning. I would like to thank the Arab Society for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to thank my colleagues for being with us. We have an opportunity to address a question that is important, as mentioned by His Excellency the Minister, and that is AI and its impact on societies around the world. Before I introduce the papers and the discussants, I would like to just share with you some clarifications about this issue. This is a topical issue today. Many experts and analysts have been interested recently in AI, especially in our countries, that is, in third world countries. 4 questions were addressed by experts, and the first one, and as was mentioned by His Excellency the Minister, and that is the labor market. The reason is because the impacts of the digital revolution and the AI has impacted the entire world and the job markets. At a time when the world has just come out of the COVID pandemic and the unemployment that it has created, and also the decline in growth rates. The second element is the growing gap between developed and developing countries. And many researchers, of course, have been interested in this, and therefore the impact will be even greater on developing countries. And the third element is that today we're talking about an industrial revolution. There are many analysts who believe that this is not an industrial revolution as mentioned in the paper. It concerns more than the industry. I mean, unlike in the 19th or 20th century, the revolution concerned the implements and the industrial items. But today, this revolution is right inside our households. It has changed our thinking patterns, our teaching method. ChatGPT creates a lot of problems as far as education, even higher education, is concerned. Therefore, this digital revolution today has drawn or has attracted the attention and interest of a lot of researchers. And many people try to see how they can make the most of the positive sides of this revolution. Sister Hanan, Nazir, and Sister Mona talk about the impact of this revolution in the Arab world. And I want to say a few words to put these research papers in the proper framework. Today, the IMF and the World Bank think that 40% of the global economies, of the world's economies, both developing and developed countries, 40% will be impacted by the problem of employment. There will be countries in which there will be jobs that will expand and others that will be lost. They think that the developments or the impact will affect the developed countries most. Even Germany, 75% of the labor market will be affected by this revolution, and the average rates, according to the World Bank and the IMF, 60% of the jobs will be impacted by this revolution. In our countries, let's say first that in half the industrialized countries, the productivity will increase, income will increase, but half the jobs will be impacted positively and their income will increase. But the other 50%, that is again as far as industrialized countries are concerned, they will be negatively or adversely impacted by this revolution. And job opportunities will dwindle. As for developing countries, the impact will be positive, but at lower rates. About 26% will be impacted by these as far as jobs are concerned. Today we shall talk about Arab countries and the impact of these technological shifts and changes on Arab countries. We shall give Mona Sayed is Assistant Lecturer of Economics at FEPS, Cairo University. You have 20 minutes. And then we shall give Hanan Nazir, Professor of Economics at FEPS, a possibility. And then we shall open a Q&A session to address this important subject. Over to you, Mrs. Hanan Nazir. Good morning to you all. I would like first to thank the Arab Society for giving me the opportunity to take part in this conference. I'd like to look at the impact on Arab countries. The participation is this conference. This paper involves my assistant from the University of Cairo. It is expected that by 2026, about an increase from $17 to $25.7 trillion to the global economy. It is also expected to expand AI in the MENA region to about $8.6 billion by the year 2026. The key threats is in this expansion of AI is to assess the impact on the job market, especially in the Arab world, especially with the unemployment that exists in Arab countries compared, that is, to other regions in the world. Despite the fact that the previous studies think that AI would have a negative impact on the Arab countries, given these techniques. However, the AI impact that shows that 45% of existing work activities in the MENA region can be automated, and that means about 20.8 million workers can be at high risk as a result. All of these forecasts are just an assessment of the risks that can exist for these countries. So the aim is to examine the potential impact of AI on employment, and the research question is, what are the potential employment implications of AI technology in Arab countries, non-Gulf Arab countries? We have mixed methodologies that we shall go through, that is, that have impacted the world. We have used a number of indicators to assess the preparedness of Arab countries to engage in AI and the impact on their job market. Generally speaking, The AI is an element of machines that present a form of intelligence, and to see whether the machines can work and operate independently from, that is, from any human intervention. Therefore, we try to see how the data can help us to see how we can provide automatic responses without any human intervention. Therefore, we have first the interactive machines that do not have a possibility for storage, and they cannot react to unexpected situations or cases, we can determine first how to react. And for example, there is a question of this limited memory to see whether we can store the information, but for a limited period of time, and it can react to unexpected events over a short period of time. This can replace workers, for example, in manual posts such as driving, etc. The third kind is the theory of mind that
so they act on their preferences, and there's also the self-consciousness, but the AI has not reached this stage. This means that machines learn them by themselves. When it comes to the relationship between technology and the fourth revolution, the first part indicates that technological development leads to unemployment, by and large at the macro level. So it replaces labor, but this point of view relates to the industrial revolutions. But when the technology is adopted, the other theories emerge, like compensation theories, which indicate the positive impact and the higher employment, which is a trade-off when it comes to unemployment. So the main ideas and interests which distinguish the fourth industrial revolution from the other industrial revolution, as mentioned by Mr. Professor, is the impact on the daily lives of people. And this leads to a wider impact than previous industrial revolutions. So there are predictions of the impact of the fourth revolution, which hasn't reached developing countries on a wide basis. So those studies deal with the likely impact. So for the MENA region, from 2000 to 2023, there has a there has been a speed up of the part of the population which is in working age, as compared with decrease in the age categories. So there is a demographic pressure which impacts the labor market, and this leads to higher unemployment. And so this leads to a decrease in the employment population ratio. When it comes to the AI readiness, so those are indexes the Network Readiness Index, the Global AI Index. When we focus on the ranking, which distinguishes or divides countries up into 4 groups. So the Arab countries are in the 3rd and 4th categories. So this presents a ranking of Arab countries in terms of AI readiness. And this readiness is lower as compared with other groups. When it comes to the impact of AI on the labor market globally, the latest report on the future of work for 2023 has carried out a survey with 803 business companies that indicated that technology, by and large, leads to a net increase in employment. 74% of companies indicated that AI is a technology that strongly impacts on the labor market, and 25% of companies reported a net positive impact of AI on employment. The companies also indicated that it's expected that AI will amend job rules because some jobs will disappear and other will appear, and this will lead to a net reduction in employment by 14 million. When it comes to the top net growing jobs, they are technology related, but there are also declining jobs on the other hand. When it comes to job disruption, so there will be a modification in existing skills. There will be a change in socio-emotional and technological skills. The AI and big data skills are not currently among the top 10 core skills, but they are expected to be in the top growth skills. Studies have established an indicator that assesses different jobs, and it evaluates the impact of AI on these jobs, be it positively or adversely. So it assesses jobs, and it assesses AI applications job by job by assessing the skills involved in those jobs. So by reviewing the abilities involved. So the index assesses the exposure of those various jobs. So it ranks the jobs from high skilled to low skilled. So the more jobs are skilled, the less they are exposed to AI. If we rank these jobs, either professional or high skilled, so we can distinguish clerical occupations. So the predictions are that occupational skills will be positively impacted by AI as compared with clerical jobs. So this circle indicates the jobs that will be most affected either adversely or positively. When it comes to Arab countries, 36% of jobs are estimated to be prone to modification because of AI augmentation, either positively or adversely. This is a global trend. Most jobs that will be most impacted are financial jobs and skilled jobs. This graph indicates the AI exposure in developing countries. So it assesses the degree of exposure to AI. So we can see here the number of people working in a given job. So many Arab countries have a great deal of jobs that are exposed to AI. So this indicates that developing countries alludes to the fact that most labor is not affected by AI. Even though labor does not work in the most affected jobs, however, there are occupations which are impacted by AI, and AI might replace routine tasks. But AI is expanding in other jobs as well, jobs that were not initially considered as impacted by technology. In conclusion, given the acceleration in AI technologies and technology as a whole, the most part of labor in developing countries are in occupations impacted by AI in a certain extent, but the acceleration of AI requires reskilling and upskilling of labor, not only through education, but also through technological capacity building, so that Arab countries can benefit from this fourth revolution in order to protect jobs impacted by AI. Currently, around 50% of jobs are technology related in the Arab world, so the economy will have to be restructured in order to provide new jobs in high-skilled sectors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Muna Said, for this very precise analysis on the modification of jobs in Arab countries. And you indicated a comparison with what is currently going on in other parts of the world. So congratulations. So the comment by Professor Her Excellency Naglaa Elehwany. So you have a few minutes before we give the floor to the participants, and I anticipate in thanking you for respecting the time. Good morning. I would like to give thanks to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to comment on this paper presented during this session, which addresses a very interesting topic, which motivates us to ponder on a very sensitive topic, the impact of AI on jobs in the Arab world. At the outset, I'd like to thank the researchers for the efforts made in this paper, and I'd like to also thank Dr. Muna Said for her very strong presentation. And I would like to thank you for choosing this topic in spite of its complexity. This topic is of paramount importance, and the importance of this topic stems from three aspects. The first aspect is that we are dealing with the impact of AI on labor markets in countries which suffer structural challenges in the first place: high unemployment, low employment and tension in the labor market. So there is a frailty in the job market, and so the impact of AI on the labor market is important. So the forecasts that were indicated in the paper on the impact of AI on business and labor is a very sensitive, very important topic. The second point, after alluding to the importance of the topic, is that in spite of what was expected in this topic, is that those impacted by this fourth industrial revolution, so is that blue collars will be most impacted by this revolution. But it was an illusion, because the impact of AI on white collars will be similar to the impact on intermediate skilled workers or blue workers. And this is contrary to what was witnessed in the previous industrial revolutions. The third aspect, which invites us to stress the importance of this topic, is to indicate the matrix that was presented yesterday. So what we know about the impact of this revolution and what we don't know. So the preparedness is important, especially in light of the disruptions facing Arab countries in that regard. So all this stresses the importance of this topic, which must be studied very thoroughly. Which leads me to the following remarks. The first comment does not apply only to this topic, to this paper, but to most papers which are prepared in this topic, either in the Arab world or overseas, or even in international institutions. And I'm thinking of the ILO report on the future of work, but this is theoretical. This is theoretical work, and sometimes there are exaggerations and sweeping generalizations. So when we want to study this topic, we need to work thoroughly. So this is a remark that should be added with regard to this job. The notion of AI, most studies, as with this paper, argues that automation is synonymous to AI. And it's true to a certain extent, because automation is the act of converting something mechanically, and in AI, there is also automation, because humans prepare algorithms and programs, and afterwards machines apply those algorithms. In AI, we want to make machines closer to the human mind. So we train the machines so that it can be autonomous by storing data, by storing behaviors, and therefore the machine can intervene without human involvement. In spite of the clear distinction in the mind of researchers, most studies use these concepts interchangeably. So using automation to mean AI. But those are two different concepts. So to start with, we need to clarify these concepts. The impact of automation is different from the impact of AI, and the governments that address these issues must ponder on those working with these concepts, either automation or AI. So this is the first point that is sufficiently addressed by studies. And this is why there are exaggerations with regards to the adverse effects of AI. And sometimes, even in international reports, there are blown up figures on the impact of AI on the future of work. So this distinction must be very clear in our minds from the get-go. The second topic, or the second comment in this regard, which applies to this paper and to other papers, is that the analysis of this topic is mostly simplified and generalized.
This simplification very often is not efficient. Most studies say that AI involves negative and positive outcomes, and therefore the final impact on a state or on a country will be the job creation that is related to the use of AI. Some of these studies reach general conclusions whereby emerging countries or developing countries, among which the Arab worlds, in the near future will not be affected by AI. And we heard this yesterday during the presentations, that the nature of the technology used in Arab world, in the Arab countries, is still obsolete and weak. And most workers have medium or low skills, and they are not prepared they are not well prepared to deal with AI. And this makes us adopt a laid-back position, meaning that since we are not concerned, there's no need to worry. We used to say in 2008 that we would not be impacted by the financial crisis because we are not part of the international finance systems. This is a parallel with what is happening with AI today. The outcomes expected on employment are intertwined and complex, and I agree with some researchers who deal with these issues with more detail and more in depth. You have taken 4 kinds of machines and have come to general findings, and you asked a question: what is the type of employment that is at risk, negatively impacted by AI? I think that this is an absolute question that could not be answered very simply. It is complex. We need. We should not say that we are not concerned with this issue, and I think that we need to study the impact of AI on employment, and so what are the factors involved? And I will here mention some examples. First, the use of AI and its positive or negative impact on employment. To answer this question, we need first to know what level of complexity are we dealing with in terms of AI utilization. Is it a sophisticated or unsophisticated? What is the cost of it as well? Because you say that the more complex machines, the more the more substitutive effect there will be. I say that this is not necessarily true, because in a lot of cases, the machines that we are talking about, sophisticated machines, can be an additional factor or complementary factor and not substitutive. The use of robots, for example, for surgery. The robots used for surgery purposes will never replace the physician or the surgeon. It is not a substitute, it is a complementary tool that helps the surgeons to avoid human error. And there are many other examples I will not mention here. The industrial robot, for example, is set to replace workers in banks and industrial activities. This might not be true. Yes, it can add to efficiency, but its cost is so high that I cannot use these industrial robots. There are companies that complain about robots not being able to move like humans. So employing humans is more efficient and less costly for them. I give you examples just to clarify the idea. Sometimes when we use an advanced technology, this does not mean that it will substitute itself to humans. On the contrary, sometimes it saves workers some routine tasks, and then workers may be more innovative and creative. So it is an additional tool, actually, that helps workers deal with more innovation and creativity. Entering data, for example, releasing the worker from the burden of entering data can help them do more efficient things, more analytical work, for example. The issue that AI impacts substitution or not, it is not an easy task to answer. It is highly complex. There are other studies that we are talking about the seven Arab countries, all sectors included. The impact of AI on the oil sector, for example, cannot be compared to the impact on agriculture, on tourism, and on other sectors. So I was expecting, or I was hoping that this kind of studies, be it your paper or other papers, be more specific. We should talk about a sector specifically. Where lies the positive and negative impacts for each sector? Transformative industry, for example. In Germany, the automotive sector was highly impacted by AI, and they laid off a lot of workers to save costs, efforts, etc. Whereas in India, they use AI-based applications, and these have not replaced workers. The nature of the sector in India is not the same as in Germany. The nature of government in both countries is different. So instead of taking 7 countries as a bulk and talk about them as a single economic bloc, this is misleading, because we are not dealing with one Arab economy. We have 7 different Arab economies that are different in terms of structures and performance. When we talk about training workers for future tasks, the higher education ministries in each country are different. What is happening in the East is not comparable to what is happening in the West. What is happening in Egypt, for example, and what is happening in Morocco, things are different. So we cannot talk about all these sectors and countries as a bulk. One last thing. I wanted to say something about Gulf countries, but I will skip that part. What I want to say is that we need to be more precise when we talk about concepts, automation, AI. We need to avoid simplifying or generalizing. Things are more complex. We need to know the nature of the sector, the concerns of a country. And more importantly, we are talking about 7 countries. What is the vision of each and every country for their future economies? What are their priorities, growth or employment? There are countries that focus on the gains related to AI, increasing growth and creating more opportunities, job opportunities. And there are other countries that focus more on employment and unemployment and grant them the highest priority. So, once again, I congratulate you and commend you for the choice of this particular subject, which is highly complex. I was hoping that we had more analysis, more detail, and that the study should have should have been limited to 1 or 2 countries so as to have very precise recommendations and not say that AI is a disruptive factor that is negative rather than positive. Thank you for these comments. And she has gratified us with some methodological advice that will help for future studies. So to make a long story short, maybe we are going to give the floor to the audience for some questions or comments. We will start with the right hand. So 2 from the right of the room and 2 others from the left, so as to gain time. So please, I will ask the speakers to be very brief and concise, because this subject requires a whole conference, and I hope that we will have a future opportunity to talk more in depth and more profusely about this subject and delve into its very details, for the nitty-gritty of it, so that we may guide our governments. Mr. Mahmoud, and then Mr. Murad, and then Gouia and Asia Abdelhamid. So far, 2 from the right and 2 from the left of the room. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I share the greetings of our guests here to the audience and to the organizers. And as you said, there will be other future studies, but I would like to go back to the source. If we are talking about disruptions, this is one of the major disruptions that we need to be prepared for, and that we need to be mindful about in all the sectors, public policies and public and private institutions involved. We have in Vietnam an example that can be heeded. 100 million inhabitants. The point raised by Dr. Naglaa the relation with the employment, the job market, this nexus is not necessarily negative. They have more or less 480,000 engineers specialized in the AI field. Universities train almost 25,000 engineers a year, and they say that all this is but 25% of the needs, of their needs, given the transformations that will impact the banking sector, the agricultural sector, and other sectors as well. On the other hand, as Dr. Naglaa said, the a sectoral study is very important, but we should not confine ourselves into talking about the agricultural sector, for example, for export purposes. The Delta or the Said regions are different. The workers' density is different as well in these two regions, so we need to be mindful of that. It is true that in many Arab countries, I'm afraid that apart from some exceptions, that we will have a gloomy future because of the security context that does not help us focus on this issue, the issue of AI. Up to the 70s of the last century, many poor decisions were made by our leaders, those leaders that did not make the decision to embrace the Industrial Revolution or the information revolution. Here I would like to mention the Mexico's case. For example, Santana, the former president of Mexico, decided not to use the railway to avoid doing away with mules and donkeys. So we need to be very careful, especially Mike Space, for example, said that we tend to exaggerate the effects on the short run, and we ignore totally the dynamics in the long run. The studies relating to the readiness or the level of readiness, what are the policies, what are the institutions, relevant institutions, and the potential outcomes in relation with the population, with their qualifications. And one last point relates to the participation with the fine minds around the world in some countries like the Emirates or the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And here in Morocco, we heard the declarations or the statement by the investment minister that apart from some exceptions, we are afraid, we have major concerns for our region. And lastly, we need to benefit from the experience of the European Union and other regions, and we need to go forward and very quickly in this field. Please, 5 minutes. So as not to exceed 20, we might exceed 20 minutes if everyone speaks for 5 minutes. So please be very concise. We may have another conference in future on this subject. This is not a question, it is more a comment. I hope that will be beneficial. So we should be concerned not to be left behind. We don't have sufficient data to be able to compare. So most studies are prospective and not comparative. We also have another addition. The ILO has launched an observatory named the AI and Job Observatory that can be of great benefit, I think. And this observatory will have a new database containing a ranking of job types for every task and the prospective impact of AI on these occupational tasks or roles. So in terms of measurements, we would have a control group and perform the measurements. So this might help in terms of research. We also have very recent literature, 2021, for example, and we still have other research papers that have been published very recently. A Nobel Prize in Economics advocates the questioning in the long run of factor productivities. Asimov has reduced the prospects because we used to talk about easy to learn tasks versus the hard to learn tasks. And so those tasks that will be hardly acquired and that will yield productivity. So Asimov, I think a month and a half ago said so. Thank you.
We know that Dr. Abdel Khaliq usually asks more than just one question. So lecturers, it is hard for them to ask only one question. Mr. Juda. Thank you. Just a quick reaction or comments regarding the academics. I have the ability to take into consideration the time constraints. We have to train a new generation of researchers. We should teach them how to address issues, how to present papers. So from that perspective, as I would like to congratulate the two speakers, and I would like to pay tribute to Naglaa Elehwany. I have learned a lot from the discussion, and that means that our discussion is up to our expectation. It is the right of the researcher to decide what he or she is going to discuss, whether it is Gulf countries or other and of course he or she has to justify his or her choice, and this is important. I followed the presentation by Mona. There is a reference to developing countries, to developed countries. countries in the MENA region. So MENA is very close to Muna. And there is a reference to all Arab countries, and I could not find a thread that links all of these. Are we talking about, what are we talking exactly about? Because are we talking to all of these countries or parts of them? This is the first question. Second question regarding language. I mentioned this question in every conference. If we adopt this way of producing, of introducing researchers, it would be very easy for you to cut and paste. I think that we've been a bit lazy when we do not try to use the classical Arabic that can adapt to new developments. We talk about AI, we talk about many things, but I really strongly object to this. We have to have a policy in this regard, that is the very strict conditions as far as the use of the language is concerned. I can write in English easily, but I have the Arab nation or Arab world in mind, and I care for that. So we have to make sure that the language is taken into consideration. We know that there are dead languages, and the Zionists have done everything to make sure that they revive the language. We have it is quite clear that we need another conference. If I still have something important to add, and I will not take the floor afterwards. The second thing is Muna is the product of an educational system, and there is a problem as far as training is concerned. I see there's one question that you mentioned to it, that concerns the assessments. We talk about industrial revolution and AI, etc. And we go back, this takes us back to the history of economic literature, and before Chipta there were others, and we have this is serious. If you want me to stop, I'll stop. You have to be flexible a little bit. Mona, if you go back to Schumpeter's book on capitalism, socialism, and democracy, this is a very important book, useful, and it addresses a number of questions, including the mechanisms that are used by capitalism, how they create wealth and then destroy it through wars, through crises, through technological advancements, etc. Thank you very much, Doctor. And then Dr. Abdel Hamid. Thank you, Dr. Ridha. I would like our daughter Mona that the comments made should be taken from a positive perspective, because this is a new subject, and it means that we need further papers, further research, as Dr. Naglaa pointed out, for specific reasons. Whether it is at the level of states or at different sectoral levels, we should determine how to deal with AI. I will talk about three things. The people working in planning know one of the principles that whenever you want to come up with a plan, you take into consideration the relevant technology and the technology changes, that is, from country to another, depending on the size of the population, the geographical location, etc. In a country, if you have 100 million people or 1 billion people, such as India, is different from a country with 6 or 7 million. Second, the industrial intelligence is different from artificial intelligence or technological intelligence. And it also changes and differs from one sector, that is, from farming or agriculture to another industrial sector, for example. And third, and this is my personal conviction, whether it is automation or AI, there has to be a role for the human elements. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the researchers who've been with us. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for participating in this session. And I cannot summarize what was said. We want to be as democratic as possible and give an opportunity to others to speak regarding other subjects. Thank you very much.
نبدأ الآن بالجلسة الخامسة للمؤتمر.
We now start the fifth session, which will concern the topic Empowering Women, Unlocking Opportunities in Morocco's Labor Market. This will be chaired by Mona Bousta, Senior Fellow Policy Center for the New South. The speakers will be Tayyib Ghazi, Senior Economist, Policy Center for the New South, and Mrs. Zainab Bouba, who represents the Ministry of Finance in Morocco. And the discussant will be Mr. Abdel Khaliq Touhami, full professor, Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin. Assalamu alaikum. It gives me great pleasure to start this fifth session of our conference, which will shed light on a question that is very important, and that is the economic empowering of women. As you know, this question is particularly important, especially in our region. There are many policies that have been implemented, many programs, but the indicators show that there is progress as far as education is concerned, but there are sectors such as access to the job market, the entrepreneurial sector, and the decision-making sectors or level. There are still efforts that are needed, that is, compared to other developed regions. For example, if we compare the Arab region to the Asian region, there is still a lot to be made, a lot to be done in order to improve these indicators. In this, during this session, we'll shed light on the experience in Morocco. There will be two important papers that will be introduced and that will shed light on this topic in light of the studies that were undertaken recently. It shows what are the obstacles, the hurdles, and the challenges. I have with me Mr. Tayyib Ghazi. He is a senior economist who will make a presentation on this subject, especially access to the job market. Then Mrs. Zainab Bouba from the Ministry of Finance will share with us the conclusions of a study that was carried out recently. And then afterwards, Mr. Abdel Khaliq Touhami, full professor from the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, will be our discussants. So the floor is yours, Mr. Tayyib Ghazi. Thank you very much. Mrs. Bousta, distinguished participants, it's an honor for me to be with you to introduce this research paper on the the empowerment of Moroccan women. This research paper is in line with the topic of your conference, and that is the disruptions and the desired reforms to promote progress and developments in the Arab countries. The Kingdom of Morocco is witnessing a decline in participation of women in the job market. The rate has been declining over the last 20 years. A more than 30% decline, which means, we've moved from 30 to 19%, which means more than 10 percentage points. And there is a widening gap between men and women as far as participation in the job market is concerned. This gap between males and females puts our country among the 5 countries at the top of the list whose economies are more or less similar, and as far as this gap between men and women in terms of access to the job market, and therefore this situation leads to a number of consequences and a number of constraints as far as development and growth are concerned. First, there is a loss as far as productivity is concerned. A number of ministries have shown that in order to promote the participation of women by 25%, can have a major contribution of about 2.5 in the GDP. This continuing decline of women's participation in the job market and the gender gap in the job market has several impacts on development. We know from the literature that the participation of women in the job market, or increasing that participation and expanding it, compared to the participation of men, has an even more significant impact and even more beneficial as far as reducing poverty, increasing economic growth rate, and promoting sustainable development, and enhancing social cohesion. And therefore, it is important to underscore this, to understand the general framework with respect to the topic of our conference. So we can conclude from this that this decline in participation in the job market has an impact on development and on progress. Therefore, among the objectives of this study, there are 3. First is to assess the impact. The first is to determine the factors that impact the participation of women in the job market. Second is to assess the impact of each factor on its own or separately. And the third is to come up with recommendations in order to promote women's participation in the job market. And the paper seeks to achieve its objectives through a methodology that is based on 2 things. The first one is to take into account the literature, related literature in Morocco and in similar countries. And the second is to take into consideration a methodology that to use a model, a multi-layered model. And the aim in this respect is to base ourselves on the statistics and the recent census.
And this general census of 2014 cannot enable us to define the constraints and factors impacting the participation of women in the job market. So the 2014 census was coupled with the studies on Moroccan provinces and regions. So we have 4 variables. The first one, the poverty index, multidimensional poverty index, which is related to the infrastructure, to access to the job market, and maybe another factor, and the general level of poverty at region level. Another variable linked to demand is the percentage of municipalities within the region or province that are impacted by the National Initiative for Human Development. The third variable is the number of cooperatives, female cooperatives, within the province or prefectorates. And the fourth variable, which has no link with demand, is the rate of marriage age within the province or prefectorate. So this is, in a nutshell, the methodology that was followed for this study, examining the factors and determinants of women participation in the job market in Morocco. I've already tackled the data. Now for the reference, the references on which the study was based, or methodology, there are 5, according to these methodology, there are 5 constraints. The traditions and traditional stereotypes, the costs related to vocational and family life. The third is linked to demand and the availability of economic opportunity and the availability of decent work. The fourth level relates to education and vocational training, and the last one relates to work-related costs and infrastructure in terms of transportation and maybe the availability of child care and health care, etc. So this is as far as our review of the factors is concerned. Now, the methodology that was followed, the first category for which we used the the simple logistical methodology at different levels, we came to the conclusion that there's a series of factors that affect to a large extent the participation of women in the job market. Among these factors, we may mention 4 or 5 factors. The first one, the handicap, and we have considered it as a control factor. It's not an explicative factor. We have also concluded that the level of education plays a major role as well. Now, as far as the handicap is concerned, women without a handicap have twice as many chances as to find a job than handicapped ones. The percentage of handicapped women involved in the job market varies between 35 and 45 years old. and this factor plays a negative role in the potential participation to the job market. This is what we have noticed in the different sources of literature, conciliating professional and life and private life. The women that are highly qualified have more chances and are more likely to find a job. The family is another variable involving the number of children as well as the conciliation between professional and private life. The more complex the family, the weaker is the participation of women in the job market. Divorced and women and widows are more likely than married women to be part of the job market. There's another variable, that the distance to the job to the job place is also another factor that may hamper the participation of women in the job market. The shorter the distance, the greater the possibility for women to find a job. The sensitivity of this coefficient remains very weak. As I said earlier, depending on the general census of the population, remains limited for two reasons. First of all, the obsolescence of data, and second, we have 85 variables. Maybe 11 of them have a direct relation with the topic at hand. In addition, out of 11 or 12 relevant variables, all other variables are related to demand. So we think that we need to go beyond the simple model and adopt a multidimensional model, a more complex model that encompasses variables which take into account demand. The variables that we have adopted at regional level, as I said earlier, we have the multidimensional poverty index. We also have, when it comes to the municipalities involved in the Human Development National Initiative, the number of women, and also the age of marriage in the province or the prefectorate. The models, we have the empty model, only 5% of the variables affecting the participation of women in the job market have a regional or a prefectural dimension. More than 95% of the likelihood of participation has to do with individual variables. And this graph shows that there is no major change in comparison of the participation of women at national or provincial levels. So now we shifted from the empty model to the intermediary level. As far as the intermediary model, it has confirmed the results obtained based on the logistical model, and it also showed that the effect of provincial variables remains very limited. With the empty model, we had a 5% impact. Now with this intermediary model, the provincial variables is 1%, and the sensitive variables we added at the level of provinces and prefectorates, the significance of the coefficient, this coefficient was very low. But despite of this, we raised a question, that is the impacts at individual level or determinants at individual level. In spite of the low impact of provincial variables, do not cancel in their interaction with provincial determinants. There are three kinds of different interactions. The first one is the level of education with and multidimensional poverty nexus at the regional level. And here we concluded that education is limited at provincial and prefectural level, those provinces that affect from multidimensional poverty to a high degree. The second interaction is that between the social situation and the marriage life at provincial and prefectural level. For the first marriage, if this age is high, the social situation does not affect very much the participation in the job market, where the first marriage age is intermediary. Women still have some time to be involved in professional activities. So this was the logical explanation. And we also have the interaction between the cooperatives and the distance that needs to be covered to go to work. The cooperatives at the level of provinces and prefectorates that have a deficit in transport infrastructure, we find the larger the number of cooperatives, the lower the deficit in terms of roads and logistical structures. Hence, based on the survey we conducted using the different models, we have come to a series of recommendations. First, improving infrastructure. Second, improving sensitization of children to give women more flexibility in their professional and private lives, improving education, providing a more favorable environment to cooperatives, helping women to better reconcile their professional family lives and professional lives, taking into account the number of children. And I would like to add here a recommendation contained in our study, combating discrimination between men and women by adopting strict legislation. Thank you. Thank you for this very important paper, which highlights the number of constraints that hamper the participation. Family situation or social situation, reconciling family life and professional life, and this may help adopt pieces of legislation that may help women to better join the job market, among which legislation focusing on combating male-female discrimination. The following presentation will be in French, so you may wish to grab a headset if you will. Thank you.
سوف تكون باللغة الفرنسية.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy and honored to be with you. I'd like to thank the Policy Center for inviting me to take part in this conference, which is very important, and for having given me the opportunity to take part in this panel. I care a lot about this subject, especially that it is a strategic one for our country and our countries. Would you please show the presentation on the screen? My presentation will concern the inequality, gender inequality on the gender market and the impacts it has. This presentation concerns a number of, like to know why we opted for this analysis, that is the economic gains, in order to reduce inequality on the job market. We refer also to the weak participation of women in the labor market, especially, and I will not talk a lot about that, but Mr. Ghazi has talked about it. A third question, which is cross-cutting, that is to assess the macroeconomic impacts if we increase the women's participation in the job market. And the fourth part that is just as important, and that is the question that deals with the levers that we can base ourselves in order to expand women's participation in light of the recommendation given by Mr. Ghazi. Before starting the presentation, I'd like to say that the analysis that we have carried out is the fruit of a partnership between the Economy of Finance, the Directorate of Financial Studies, which I represent, and the Center for Excellence for Women's Participation of Union Women and the European Union. So what is the entry point for this study? It's the same as that of Mr. Ghazi's. There is a concern that is in all of our countries, and that is the women's low rate of activity in our countries. And this declining trend shows that our countries, Morocco, Egypt, and others, show one of the lowest in the world. And there is a problem. Although there is with parts of the vulnerable jobs, it's quite significant in our countries. This means, or this leads to the following. We've been working on the link between women's participation and the activity rates per capita. And we see that Morocco is below this curve, which means that women's activity rate is below the level that should be achieved as far as our country's development level is concerned. This means that Morocco has potential, has human capital that is underused, and we have to make sure that we use these resources in order to be able to achieve the objectives, which means inclusive development as wished and desired by our king, and in keeping with the report on the new development model. So this is a situation that is quite concerning, and it deprives us of additional points as far as growth rate is concerned. We have to see why we have this low women's participation level. We've been working along the same lines as Mr. Ghazi in his research paper. We work on the census 2014 census figures, and the conclusions are similar to what Mr. Ghazi shared with us. Therefore, and we're happy that we are reaching the same conclusions. As regards the factors that are at the origin of women's low participation, these factors we're talking about the same factors, the same elements in the same sectors. But the important thing to be underscored is that these determinants are important, extremely important in any conceptual project or action in order to reinforce and expand women's participation in the job market as far as public policy is concerned. So what economic gains can we achieve in case we manage to expand women's participation, given that the current rates are quite low? The study has taken interest in three approaches. First is to assess complementarity between women and men's participation. The second approach is to assess the impact on gender inequality or disparities as far as the labor market is concerned in agriculture, in services, and industry. And the third approach, as pointed out and explained before, we have based this on a major component, and that is the valorizing human capital. If you want women to have greater access to the labor market, we have to provide them with the skills and the necessary education. So we have worked on two components. overcome the barriers or hurdles to women's participation, reduce disparities as far as access to education, and this has made it possible to assess the macroeconomic gains. The first question, why assess this complementarity? Many research works have underscored especially the IMF work. We have based ourselves essentially on a research paper by the IMF under Mr. Christine Lagarde's supervision. It shows that the degree of complementarity between men is high compared to that of women, and therefore, if we expand women's participation in the job market, that will have a beneficial effect on developments. This was achieved on studying the elasticity, substitution elasticity, based on an assessment of the figures given by businesses. And these are the figures that were used by the World Bank in 2017 and then 2017 and 2019. In Morocco, this rate is about 2. If we manage to increase women's access to job markets, we can increase industrial output. So through an assessment of these parameters, we try to gradually increase women's access to about 25%. Which means that there will be no inequality or disparity between men and women. This, if we manage to increase women's access to job markets by 25%, that means the industrial output will increase by 6% compared to current figures. If we manage to reduce inequalities, and that is an objective, and an ambition, it would be possible to increase industrial output by 19% compared to current figures. This is as far as industrial activity is concerned. There are other sectors such as agriculture. In Morocco's case, this is a sector that has its own specificities, and many women work in the agricultural sector, but they do not get the same wages. We have worked on the industry and service sector, and the methodology used in order to assess the impact of women's greater participation in the job market is to use a multi-sectoral model that assesses the potential impacts on the GDP, taking into account the barriers or hurdles that women are facing to access the job market. The results are quite interesting. We've kept in mind on the substitution elasticity principle, and by increasing women's access to the job market. If we increase that and the employment of women jobs in agriculture, industry, and services by 25%, this would make it possible to increase the GDP by 8.4% to 13% compared to current figures. If we manage to address these disparities, the GDP would increase by 28.7% to 37% compared to current figures. As regard the valorizing human capital is concerned, the study is based on taking into account the effects of reducing the barriers and the barriers also to the job market. This would using a model that involves a number of variables, and by using a panel of countries, and by using the models that take into account the accumulation of human capital, especially the model adopted by Kleisen and Lamaram. And the result is that if we reduce inequalities in terms of access to education and jobs by 25%, we would have a GDP increase of 9.9% compared to current figures. And if we manage to eliminate the hurdles to jobs and education, we can have an increase of the GDP of per capita GDP increase of 39%. All of these methods and approaches have their strengths and drawbacks, but they give us an idea with specific figures on women's access to jobs. And this access has to be accompanied by a range of measures in order to valorize the human capital and to overcome all the hurdles impeding women's access to jobs and the job market, as pointed out by my colleague, Mr. Ghazi. Therefore, aware of this potential that we should leverage, and there are many opportunities for our country, and for that reason, the Ministry of Finance, basing itself on this study and on studies by the Policy Center and the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, the Ministry of Finance has started consultations with the different stakeholders involved, including the ministries, public institutions, private sectors, civil society, NGOs, and the academic sector. And the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University has been a key participant in this, and we have held a number of workshops to discuss this question. This consultation process and common reflection involving the different stakeholders has led to the following results. We are finalizing a roadmap that covers the period 2005-2026 with 5 axes. The first one concerns digitization. There's a study by the Policy Center on this. The second axis takes into account all that is related to the job markets and workplace conditions in terms of infrastructure, flexibility as far as access to jobs is concerned, and also the fight against all forms of discrimination, transport mobility. It is important to ensure a transport that is accessible and safe for women. And as part of this roadmap, we have also taken into account a cross-cutting element, which is the ownership of the gender approach to make sure that the women's participation can be expanded. In addition, we have also taken into account the availability of kindergartens that would be within the reach of the women or that offer free of charge services. And we have also based ourselves on studies, empirical studies, especially one of them that we have undertaken at the forecasts unit. We have asked for promoting the early childhood education that can have a key positive impact on women's participation and the search for jobs, because the question of reconciling family and professional life is important, especially then when the women have children and infants to take care of. And we need also to create decent jobs for women and developing the early childhood education programs. Call principally on the participation of women as far as teachers are concerned. So how did we approach the potentials in terms of generalizing the early education in Morocco? We based ourselves on an approach that was a program. As you can see on the slide, there is a link to that study that details the methodology to be adopted in order to take into consideration the opportunities for early childhood education. The early childhood education has a predominance of women, and Morocco has a general program for the generalization of early childhood programs for the years 2027-2028. The results show that generalization of early childhood for the years 4 to 7 years would make it possible to create up to 50,000 jobs for women. And these would be decent jobs. And that is why we think that early childhood education represent a major opportunity for the creation of jobs for women and for expanding women's participation in the job market. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much for this most valuable presentation, which has shed light on the issue at hand. In addition to the former presentation, what comes out of it is that the rate of participation of women in Morocco is decreasing. We have also tackled the effects of reducing discrimination and inequalities in certain sectors like agriculture and industry. You have also highlighted some obstacles and how we may act upon these variables and factors as part of the Human Development Initiative in Morocco, so as to improve the participation of women in the job market. Dr. Touhami has the floor. Thank you. I'm very happy to discuss both presentations. I'm happy to be part of this session. When I was requested by my colleagues from the Policy Center to discuss these two papers, I was quite happy to oblige. The two papers are not do not fall into my line of specialization, but I will try and do my best. For the first paper presented by Mr. Taib Al-Ghazi, as was pointed out, it is a joint issue in both papers. It is a highly complex issues, and it is one of the disruptors in Morocco. We have lost 10 points 10 points of percentage in 10 years when it comes to women participation in the job market. At the same time, the new development model in Morocco was expected to help us go from 10 to 45% by 2030. This shows that this objective is not realistic given the decline in the rate of participation of women. Every year, around 400 to 500,000 people enter the job market. And this does not tally with the number of jobs created every year. If we want women to integrate the job market, what would happen? The number of women entering the job market will rise, but the rate of unemployment for both sexes will also increase. Why? Because there are not sufficient new jobs created. This is a simple mathematical operation. Now, what can we do? Out of the 100,000 jobs that are created, how can we redistribute them so that the gap decreases? I have given you an overview so that you understand precisely the situation. For both papers actually have used the 2014 census data. I myself worked on the same data, but the outcomes of both papers are exact, taking into account the logical model, etc. So this is a common denominator for all of us researchers. These are explicative determinants and not causal factors. What comes out of it is what we feed it with. There is no causal relationship whatever. And here this is a criticism addressed to myself and not to my colleagues. If demand comes from families and supply comes from institutions, there is also an imbalance here. There have been efforts to improve upon the situation. They have used data coming from institutions, and this is the point that we want. Given the absence of such data, we have included contextual data. There were attempts in that direction, and the result is that both researchers have not found what they were looking for. The data availed, and the effect of that data was very weak. My suggestion is that, and we may discuss it, we need to go into detail so as to pinpoint the reasons. I think that we need to dismantle all the data and determine the different variables. Now, for Zeynep's presentation, I thank you for your paper. Actually, we are here in the presence of more than one paper. 3 studies on 100 pages each, conducted by the ministry in 4 different chapters. And due to the constraints of time, I think we are not going to go into detail here. One of these papers tries to measure what we lose by not involving women in the job market. So it was incumbent on us to compare and tackle the issue from the viewpoint of the elastic substitution approach. I think that there is here a major issue, and there are two different ways of measuring this elasticity. Either we link it to salaries. The salaries of men and women can be very different, and also the way in which we approach the different elements can also be different. Some think or consider the situation of the job market in Morocco exemplary for businesses, taking into account productivity constraints, etc. But we may also adopt other approaches and assume responsibility thereof. This paper has presented us with two different methods or models. So the question of replacement of men by women, this means that we need to employ more women, and since there is no supply, we will end up with an increased unemployment of women, and this might damage the job market, and this is what would happen if we are not mindful. I stand to be corrected by Zineb. What would happen if we reduce these gaps based on the panel data used, transposed to Moroccan reality? What are the policies that we may conduct to reach the outcome of such a simulation? 28% increase in the GDP in the case of such a simulation. The reality of this scenario is not realistic. I may conduct a simulation, but this simulation needs to be realistic, possible. As I said earlier, so I will stop here. I don't want to monopolize the time, so I have tried to synthesize and explain what the content of both papers, and I find myself grappling with the same realities in my line of work. With my colleague Dorothy, who is present with us here, we are trying to build a new model that may explain yes, here we may talk about an intra-household decision when it comes to involving women in the job market, and I will not say more. We will very soon disclose the content of our study. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tuhami, for this most valuable discussion, which sheds light on the situation based on both presentations. Supply and demand are among the main determinants. When there are crises, their impact can be higher on women's participation, and when supply is low compared to demand, of course, whatever the efforts to stimulate the participation of women, the results are not sufficient. In addition to what was mentioned, apart from economic factors, there are also cultural and social factors that need to be taken into account so that the studies and have a more efficient outcome. Now we give the floor to the audience. I would like to think out of the box, if I may. The decline of women participation in the job market during 10 years, this is kind of an earthquake. This is a tragedy. I would like to thank Sina and my old friend, Dr. Abdel Khaliq. The gentleman does not speak in the microphone. My question. There are philosophical and methodological questions. Now, philosophically speaking, the increase in women's participations in the job market, is it something laudable that we should aspire to? Beyond the research dimension, this is a philosophical question. The second question is more methodological. The contribution of women in economic activity, is it social by excellence and not economic? So we have tried to understand what can be understood given the tools we have. We tend to consider women or men, for that matter, as goods when we look at them under an economic viewpoint. So can we, for example, adopt a sociological approach? Would that help to better understand the situation? What are the different factors, including family considerations? What is the key to our good understanding? In economics, we talk about the effect of the discouraged employee or worker factor. So when discouraged, they tend to give up looking for a job. We tend to talk about unemployed people as unemployed workers who are still in search of a job. But I don't know to what extent that view is true. We need to have a new approach to men and women. Yes, the religious view also needs to evolve. Maybe this may be an entry point to a better understanding. Now, I heard this morning something about female cooperatives. Yes. Could you please explain that concept to me? Thank you. Kindly introduce yourselves before speaking. Hajar. Thank you for these two presentations and for the comments. My question is methodological, linked to the context. The decline of the participation of women from 38 to 16% is a tragedy for me. So the variables that you avail to explain this decline, maybe these variables used to exist before that decline. The distance, the level of education, etc. All these variables used to exist before the start of that decline. So maybe these variables cannot be used to explain. There was also mention to this by Dr. Gouia, saying that men do not want women to work. And here I say that some women themselves do not want to work. So maybe we should come up with another model that takes into account the ideas or the ideology of Islamic parties, political parties in Morocco. Maybe we may have a correlation between the decline of women participation in the job market and the areas ruled or dominated by Justice and Development Party, which is an Islamist party here in Morocco. So what are those conservative ideas or ideology that is maintained by some Islamic parties, and what is their effect? My question very simple. Dr. Belqasem Al-Abbas from the Kuwaiti Arab Center for Planning. Mine is a methodological question. You showed us a graphic for 1 year, and we are here talking about a trend, a declining trend. How can we deduct and transpose results from 1 year and transpose them to a 10-year period? How can we do that? Mine also is a very simple question. We have witnessed the decline of women participation, but more puzzling is the decline of male participation. There is something that we have difficulty in understanding. And even the substitution approach does not work. So maybe, yes, the growth of new jobs is not sufficient. We saw 3.5% for a 10-year period. This is a far cry. So the decline in the participation of male and female alike is something paradoxical. In my viewpoint, there are gaps and differences between different sectors, and each sector should be considered separately. We may accommodate additional questions. I see that there are dozens of hands raised in the room. We will not leave the room as far as one hand is raised. So I would like to share with you that we have 20 minutes left. First of all, I am Khalid Al-Wazani, professor of economics at Khalid bin Rashid Administration School. And I would like to thank both speakers for their informative presentations, as well as the commentator for giving us sufficient time to speak. The problem of data regarding the participation of women in the job market is something that we should approach with a lot of care, because many women work in the informal sector. I know perfectly that the 12% mentioned in the studies is not realistic. Especially before the COVID-19, there were different studies showing that the number of women working online, and the COVID-19 also gave them the opportunity to work online. So distance employment is a new trend that should be taken into account. I do not concur with Professor Zineb when she speaks about guiding women to more appropriate jobs. So we should not do that. Men and women are human resources that may be useful in any sector, and not only in childcare sectors. You also mentioned infrastructure and distance as a factor impacting the participation of women today. At the age of AI and the age of new technologies, this does not apply anymore. So, since distant jobs may be possible. الغوث العربي, Faculty of Economics, Nouakchott, and researcher. I would like to commend the quality of the papers, the absorption of women by the job market, what are the obstacles hampering the increase of women in the job market, and what has more effect, the economic or the social factors. We still have 4 people. We will limit ourselves to these 4 questions, additional questions, and then give the floor to the panelists. My question is as follows. What are the strategies that we may establish to encourage the participation of women in some sectors that are dominated by men? I have a small observation. We should not seek to strike a balance between men and women. We need to look for efficiency. Efficiency is the basis of nation's development. Dr. Hanan from Cairo University, I would like to thank the speakers for the quality of their presentations. These are not novel issues, but we can see that there is an increased interest in these questions.
جودة بخصوص جانب الطلب. من الجائز ان احنا بنقول كل العوامل اللي كانت موجوده في النماذج اللي تم عرضها زي التعليم وغيره من الاسباب اللي موجوده او العوامل اللي مؤثره.
So we have to look at the factors that have an impact on this participation. I think that the social impacts and the customs and the traditions can have an impact on this and provide the answer. And this also has an impact with the frustrating levels of unemployment, as mentioned by Mr. Judah. The nature of jobs created, and I'm referring specifically to the Egyptian context, these are not jobs that are convenient for women, not even for men, and therefore we have to take that into account. And the analysts have, or researchers have, taken a number of factors, and we cannot expect one study to take into account all of the factors. But I think that the demand driven factors are important, as pointed out by Mr. Judah. And we have to take into consideration the lack of factors, explained factors in this regard. My name is Onsluli from the College of Administration in Rabat. Among all the strategies that you mentioned in the in the concept notes, what are the strategies that are most effective in the participation of women in the job market? Thank you. Thank you. My name is Khalid Yousfi. I would like to thank all the participants in this conference. I have an observation regarding the two research papers regarding the methodological aspect and the reference frame on which they are based, and that is the 2014 census. The 2014 census is outdated. Now we have 2024 census. I think that if the two studies were updated in light of that, maybe the results would be updated and maybe different, especially that the census results show there's a decline in the population increase from 34 million. There's a change, 37 million people, and therefore the demographic element is important and has an impact on the indicators, and especially the empowerment of women in the economic and the job markets. In light of these statistics, maybe there will be many women that can find jobs, and we need them in Morocco. Thank you. We have, I think, taken all the questions. I would ask the researchers to respond. Regarding the data, I think that the data refers to the girls who are 15 years and above. Those are the figures that were used in the last 20 years. The schooling rate has increased, or school enrollment rate has increased. So when we have a comparison between 15 years and above, then there are two factors or indicators that have an impact on the decline of access to job markets. Because when girls are aged 15, they are not expected to work. They are expected to be at school. And the life expectancy rate was 63 years, and now it's above 76 years for women. And these are key indicators. And in order to be able to study that downward trend, and maybe the researchers can refer to this, we have to take the brackets from 24 to 59. 24 to 59 years, and I think that is the suitable bracket. As far as the curve for women and men are on the same downward trend, and that is due to the problems relating to the job market and the availability of jobs, both for men and women. This is just something that I wanted to contribute. I have worked on this. Also, I would like the researchers to respond to the answers or to the questions raised. Thank you very much, Mrs. Boussita. I will respond briefly to some of the questions and comments made by the distinguished participants. Regarding the question raised by explaining this decline, the research paper does not deal with explaining this declining trend. We deal with how to expand women's participation. As regards why there is this decline, a 10% decline, we have undertaken other studies. And as Mr. Tuhami said, this is a question of demand. It explains to a large extent this downward trend as far as women and men's participation in the job market. So if there is no demand, if there is no dynamic, then all of the policies and programs will remain barren and sterile because there is no demand. But the purpose of the research paper is to know what are the determinants of expanding women's participation, not the decline. As regards the question, Mr. Judah, whether it is a philosophical or economic question, or if it is commendable or not, this is an economic issue, because the participation is demand-driven, and the participation relates to a number of factors, as pointed out by Mr. Tuhami said. It depends on household discussions, number of economic and social factors, etc. With respect to increase in the participation, whether it is a good thing or not, I think that the questions that we have raised in the research paper is not that. What we want to shed light on is the economic impacts, the women's participation in the job markets. Would it have an impact, a positive impact on productivity in Morocco? Second, from a social perspective, the question is how to expand the range of choices, and it is up to the job seekers to do whatever they want or they can. And therefore, asking the question of women's participation in the job market is an important and significant question to be debated if we increase job opportunities and if we overcome the hurdles to women's participation, can have the expected or desired impact as the choices for women are concerned, and each person would do whatever he or she wants. I'll stop there. I will answer in French. And again, I apologize for this. I'm very happy to see so many questions asked, and they relate to our concerns and to our future answers. I appreciated the question whether it is a philosophical discussion or economic. Actually, it's a matter of rights. There is an economic as well as a social element that is related to this. This is a question of rights. We have a constitution that has provided for access to the civic, political, economic, and environmental rights, and therefore our country's ambition is to come up with inclusive growth system for men, for women, to have access to economic opportunities. And of course, all of the national and international literature says that women's empowerment, the empowerment of women, and therefore this economic empowerment has a ripple or effects, and this kind of study should involve sociologists, anthropologists, because this is a cross-cutting question that has many ramifications. And there is another aspect. The social norms have a major impact on women's access to economic opportunities, including jobs. When you say that women do not want access to access the job market, it's a matter of individual rights and choice. But we have to understand why. If we have women who are educated, who have skills and qualifications, why would they deprive ourselves of these skills and qualifications? We need these talents, these skills to move forward. And the explanations given by sociologists and anthropologists are also very important to understand this. Any action requires a reflection in order to be able to understand all of these facets. Therefore, I am very much interested in studies that involve all of these dimensions. There was a comment about informal jobs. That Morocco is also concerned by this. We have to talk about non-remunerated jobs or unpaid jobs. And Mr. Ghazi has referred to this as well. This question or issue is quite significant, and it relates to our traditions, customs, and norms. And therefore, many surveys have underscored this. We have to be able to quantify this unpaid job. I know that there was an exercise that was carried out in 2019 to give a cost about 38% of the GDP. So this question of unpaid jobs has to be taken into account. There is also this question of customs, norms, social norms, etc. They have a considerable, significant impact on women's access to jobs. And that leads me to Mr. Ghazi's comments. The two studies are based, as pointed out also by Mr. Tuhami. We have tried to examine the probability of access or the potential for access to jobs. And this, of course, the purpose for us is to be able to look at these possibilities, not to come up with estimates or projections. We deal with a world that is evolving, that is changing, and we try to see how we can approach that reality to see how women can contribute to the creation of wealth. And we want to be and to live in a society that is inclusive and in which each man and each woman can have a role to play and develop an inclusive society. Professor Tuhami, 2 minutes. I was not didn't make a presentation. I was just discussant. Mr. Abdel Khaliq said, as regards to the cooperatives, they're called cooperatives in Morocco. They are a reflection of the economic and solidarity-based economic activities. It involves both the private sector and the government sector. And we have more than 30,000 cooperatives, and many of them are led by women and include women. The 2 papers cannot respond to this downward trend because all of the variables existed before. We should not. We cannot explain that. So we can talk about the probability, but we cannot explain that decline because especially if the variables existed before. Regarding the issue of decline of women and men's participation in the job market, despite the 3.4% increase in Morocco, because the sectors that create jobs, the sectors that can explain this are not the sectors that create jobs. And as far as the informal sector is concerned, I used to work at with the planning commissioner. When people asked to, even if a person, yes, there was this question of unpaid jobs, whether they should be paid. We have to define the active person. There is no problem with that. We should define, at least in the informal sector. And then there was one last question that was asked regarding if you can have access to the 2024 census figures, please give us, and we'll use them in the research papers. There is no decrease. There is a reduced population rate, not a reduction of the population. Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. Thank you very much to all the participants. The question of women's empowerment, economic empowerment, has been around for the last 30 years, and it is a priority question for us. And thank you very much.
سيداتي سادتي، نبدأ الآن بالجلسة السادسة، وهي جلسة نقاشية حول تعزيز القدرة على الصمود، التعامل مع الديون ومحركات النمو والتكامل الإقليمي في العالم العربي. نرحب بالسيد عادل مالك.
Please welcome Mr. Adil Malik, Associate Professor of Development Economics at the Oxford Department of International Development.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure to be here in Rabat for the first time, and also to the meeting of ASFER. Very delighted to see a lot of my old friends here. Thank you, Mahmoud Muhyiddin, for your kind invitation. It's my dream that I could one day deliver my presentation in Arabic. I'm still very slow in learning. The qawaid are difficult, so it's taking me time. I could understand more than before. During the presentation, I didn't use my headphones. So I hope it's all kind of easy to navigate. I've been allocated 25 minutes. I'll try and finish in good time so that there's at least 10 minutes for Q&A. My presentation builds on a series of papers that I have been writing about the political economy of trade, which is really about the way in which politics and economics interact. In particular, I have studied studying different Muslim societies. In this presentation, I'm going to talk more about the Arab economies, but I've done some work on Muslim societies in general, including Pakistan. And increasingly, what I'm trying to study is the way in which economic policy, particularly trade policy, is designed in authoritarian states. And a large number of Muslim societies are actually authoritarian states. So what type of special challenges come up in thinking about the design of trade policy? My starting point really is this liberalizing moment in the 1990s. There was a lot of emphasis globally for trade liberalization. A lot of developing countries were liberalizing their trade. And the menaced liberalizing moment was really shaped by a number of free trade agreements that many of the Middle Eastern countries, particularly Arab countries in North Africa, signed with their European and American partners. Many of the Arab countries also joined the World Trade Organization. They also agreed with the World Bank and the IMF to implement structural adjustment programs. And trade reform was a key part of those structural adjustment programs as well. But what is less discussed is the discourse in Washington in the 1990s, which particularly in the 2000s after the 9/11 attack, which placed particular insistence on trade reform. If you look at a very interesting report by Council for Foreign Relations on Arab economies, it talked about the need for trade liberalization as a way to develop the private sector, to create jobs, and how this would help to control terrorism, and so that you create new economic patterns, new types of economic opportunities, and they would be a way to fight extremism. So this was the logic emerging in Washington. And in the European Union, there was an emphasis on creating the Euro-Mediterranean partnership, as part of which new trade opportunities will be generated. That would create new job opportunities, which in turn will reduce migration to Europe. And as part of this process, you see a lot of the sort of countries in the global north were trying to push for trade reform in the Arab countries. I'm going to give you an empirical perspective on what happened in the wake of that trade reform, and perhaps finish by talking about what lies for us in the future. My argument is really in this slide, and it's in 4 steps. The first thing that I'm going to talk about is obviously this external impulse to liberalize trade. And this impulse was quite strong. There were large and enforceable reduction of tariffs. All across the MENA countries, you would see a dramatic fall in tariff barriers. This led to another thing, which is called trade policy substitution. This is my second part of the argument, which is that when Arab countries were encouraged to liberalize trade, they reduced tariffs, But this reduction in tariffs was replaced by alternative trade policy instruments, particularly non-tariff measures, which I will explain what they are. So there was a lot of trade policy substitution. One type of trade barrier coming down, another trade barrier increasing. The third part of my argument is that this trade policy substitution increased the complexity of trade policy. It made trade policy more discretionary and non-transparent, because tariffs, you know how many, what's the rate, like 100% tariff, 60%, 40%. But the alternative trade barriers, particularly the non-tariff measures, are very difficult to measure, and their impact on trade is very difficult to evaluate. Also, because a lot of these non-tariff measures are introduced for safety reasons. They are introduced to create, environmental, health considerations, but in effect, they could be quite protective. The fourth part of my argument is that this complexity leads to privilege, because the more complex trade policy regulation is, the easier it is for powerful interest groups in society to control trade policy, in the sense that now enforcement becomes an important arena of privilege. For the connected businesses that are connected with the ruling regimes, they have better enforcement, and for unconnected firms, there's much more difficult and costly enforcement. So these are really the four parts of the argument that I'm going to present today in the next about 15 to 18 minutes. I will have to zoom through the slides because I prepared it for 45 minutes, but we are going to have a shorter session. But it might actually be better because you get the gist of the argument in this slide. Okay. Now, the first thing to motivate this is to argue that a lot of developing countries have been signing these preferential trading agreements, and a lot of these trade agreements proliferated. In the 1990s, there were about 100, and by 2018, there were about 700 trade agreements. And a lot of these trade agreements were signed between developing countries, but a large number of them, the ones that I'm going to focus in my presentation today, are signed by countries of the global north, particularly the European Union, United States, with countries of the global south, such as Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, etc. A key point of discussion here is really derived from this theoretical literature on policy reform. And the story here in Leo Bacini's book is very simple. It says developing countries need to reform, such as reform their trade policy, but they know once they reform their trade policy, certain interest groups will be hurt, so they resist that. But international trade agreements can actually tie the hands of the rulers, because they could then look at their domestic protectionist lobbies and say, look, now we have to sign the free trade agreement. Now we are part of the World Bank program, the IMF program, we are a member of the WTO, so our hands are tied. So this book presented a very rosy picture of these international trade agreements, that they actually allowed these countries in the global south to solve the commitment challenge, the idea that they could commit them to reform. A lot of this argument was really about newly democratizing states, because in the 1990s, a lot of countries were getting democratized. They were, now becoming new democracies. But what does it tell us about autocracies? Do autocracies face the same incentives? And would they actually sign trade agreements as well? Because this book says, well, it's countries that are more democratic are more likely to sign PTAs. But some of the recent research that I have conducted actually challenges that notion. One is that if you look at the cumulative number of North-South free trade agreements, the dark line are democratic countries, the dashed lines are autocracies. And you would see that actually since 2000, autocracies are as likely to join free trade agreements, particularly with countries of the global north, as democracies. In fact, even more if you look just focus on the EU, which would be the focus of my presentation today, you find that autocracies also sign a lot of trade agreements. Now, the question then, and also a lot of these North-South free trade agreements are actually quite deep. So this is the depth of a free trade agreement. And you could see on the right, the North-South FTAs are on average deeper. So it is not that many of these autocracies are just signing the WTOs, signing like MOUs and then forgetting about them. No, they have to reduce tariffs. They are large and enforceable tariff cuts. So why do they actually join these trade agreements? Again, the story I'm going to present is that they join these trade agreements in part because it's possible for them to reduce tariffs and increase other types of trade barriers. So trade policy substitution is a possibility for them. Second, it's not just about the fact that loss of tariffs can be replaced with increase in other kinds of trade measures, but in fact you could use these alternative trade policy instruments to not only compensate businesses that are important for you, you could actually create new source of privileges for them. You could create new rents for them. And the kind of trade policy substitution that is used really consists of non-tariff measures. And just to give you a perspective, today, much of the global trade protection is less in terms of tariffs, more in terms of non-tariff measures. About 70% of the global trade protection is in the form of non-tariff measures. And what are these? These are sanitary, phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, pre-shipment inspections. A lot of these barriers, as I'm going to argue, require bureaucratic oversight, and therefore you will see that they benefit certain kinds of businesses. Okay, so I have laid out the story very slowly. Now, in terms of the evidence, I'm going to go fast because of the shortage of time. Okay, so the first thing we find is that if you look at the global sample, tariff reductions, the year you sign a free trade agreement, 5 years after and 10 years after, there is huge trade policy substitution. Fall in tariffs is being replaced by rise in non-tariff measures, which is the right bar. Whether you look at percentage of NTM import coverage or percentage of NTMs applied, in both cases, fall in tariffs leading to higher increase in FTAs. Now the question is this process more noticeable in autocracies? And yes, it is. If you disaggregate this across democracies and autocracies, in democracies, the first two bars, actually, the overall trade substitution is negligible or negative. And much of this pattern is really driven by autocracies where trade policy substitution 5 years and 10 years after the signing of the FTA is really quite pronounced. And a lot of this comes down to this whole idea about a lot of authoritarian regimes do not rule just through control or oppression. They need to give privileges to different parts of society, the citizens, their important businesses, and many of those businesses work in the manufacturing sector, so they need to be protected as well. So it's important for them that when tariffs are declining, they actually use alternative trade policy measures to support the businesses that are crucial for the regime coalition. What I'm going to do for the shortage of time really focus on the first hypothesis that in the wake of the North-South free trade agreements or PTAs, the NTM coverage should increase more in established autocracies. So in fact, that argument I'm going to ignore for the moment because shortage of time, it's easy to establish. Really focus more on hypothesis 2, that when the NTMs are allocated, this trade policy substitution is more profound in those sectors where politically connected firms are operating. So I'm going to skip these plots and really look at what I describe as partial trade liberalization in Egypt and Morocco. Now, this study is a little dated, so I'm going to talk more about Mubarak era Egypt and the 2000s, Morocco in the 2000s. What you find here is that as tariffs decline, average tariffs decline, but there's a lot of dispersion. Some tariffs, some sector lines have more tariffs, are still protected compared to others. And so that's certainly the case in Egypt. Average tariffs came down, but there was a lot of dispersion across sectors, some politically influential sectors retaining a lot of protection. In Tunisia, you had a decline in dispersion, but much less than the average tariffs. In Morocco, you could see the tariff convergence. The overall tariffs are coming down in both those sectors that are politically connected and unconnected. And in Egypt, the story is very interesting. Egypt signs a free trade agreement in 2004, and you could see tariffs are declining, but the non-tariff measures, which is the percentage of products covered by non-tariff measures, are increasing rapidly. And what I'm going to show is that those sectors that are politically connected actually see a lot more trade policy substitution than others. So I'm going to skip a number of slides here and really take you more towards the evidence because of the shortage of time. I do a lot of detailed work in terms of its sector level data. I look at, I have a very detailed paper that talks about the way in which we identify which firms are politically connected or not. But I'll not go through those details, happy to answer them, and it's available on my website as well. But overall, you could see there's a lot of variation across sectors, manufacturing subsectors, in terms of penetration of politically connected firms. And their presence has increased since 1995, as we see. This is obviously mostly Mubarak era. So this is the setup. What I look at is in the case of Egypt, the bottom sort of a plot, 2004, Egypt signs the trade agreement. I look at what happens to protection of sectors that were politically connected before. Do they see more trade policy substitution later or not? In the case of Morocco, I use the 2000 Morocco-EU Free Trade Agreement and again look at pattern of sort of trade policy substitution. And as I've argued, there's a very sort of good analysis of it in Elehwany's paper for Carnegie Endowment, which talks about this whole idea of how these trade agreements had a geopolitical imperative as well at that time. Overall, what I find in Morocco's case, you could see 2000, it signs a free trade agreement, and a year later, you could see that the share of products that are covered by at least two non-tariff measures increases for all sectors. But the red line shows all those sectors that are more politically influential end up getting higher level of non-tariff protection. Same for Egypt. You could see 2005, a massive wave in non-tariff measures, and it's affecting connected sectors more. What does this tell us? What I've told you so far is that a lot of these countries that signed free trade agreements ended up witnessing trade policy substitution, which benefited politically connected sectors more than others. What does that actually mean? For that, again, we use data on non-tariff measures and look at what type of trade barriers are being introduced. And one key barrier is the technical barriers to trade. And if you look at the different categories, authorization requirement, conformity assessment, these are all different types of requirements that require administrative, bureaucratic oversight, which means it's easier to tilt the level playing field. And so, in a sense, if you look at this idea of the hope and despair of economic reform, which was summed up in this book on Syria by Bassam Haddad, Abdullah al-Dardari, former Syrian finance minister and deputy prime minister, talked about how this new era of trade reforms, joining the World Trade Organization, is going to be a game-changing event because it is going to affect the rent-seeking interest groups. But of course, that was not the case, and in part it's because of what Luigi Zingales talks about in political theory of the firm, that as the size and complexity of regulation increases, it benefits those sectors that are more politically exposed because it makes policy more complex. In terms of what this means for the larger environment is that ultimately partial reform syndrome is an experience not just of Arab economies, it's a global experience, it also exists in Africa. And what you find is that whenever external reform is introduced, it's always navigated by state interests and the interaction with state-specific groups during the reform process. And in many cases, these externally induced reform processes can only make a difference when you understand how economics and politics interact, right? There's always going to be political players who have an interest in the game. How do you incentivize them in ways that it helps to steer reform? In the case of, obviously, the Middle East, one thing that really stands out and which connects with the discussion that we've been having for the last 2 days, but also in particular the forthcoming sessions, the following sessions on regional integration, a lot of the free trade agreements were really signed between, MENA and the if you look at the MENA and the world, it's much less, right? A lot more trade agreements with the US and EU. Much less activity with the rest. And now, of course, Morocco is an exception. Now Morocco is making more of a progress in terms of linking with the rest of Africa. But in general, we find much of the Arab world really one of the most least integrated regions in the world. So one of the difficulties of this process is that whilst there was a geopolitical imperative being presented in the 2000s on trade reform, much of the work really focused just on trade reform vis-a-vis Europe or the United States or the West at large. Very little emphasis on regional trade integration, which in my opinion is a key part of the problem. And I think what we need to think about is really develop, resuscitate, revive the discourse on creating Arab economic commons. What type of trade integration would be needed? What type of trade integration would be less threatening to political interests, to geopolitical interests? How do you make a movement in that? And there is a lot of work that already exists on this subject, and I would really encourage the Center for Policy, the South Center, new Center for South here at in Rabat, as well as ASFER and other institutions to really reignite interest in what do we mean by, we've got lots and lots of reports, but what do we know? What is the political economy of it? Unless we understand that, it would be difficult. But as a humble student of the region and of political economy, I think many of the critical questions of economic reform, development, job creation, private sector development, inclusive institutions, they are all interwoven with the idea of regional trade integration, whether created at a massive scale or gradually doing it in ways that is more feasible. But such an integration is going to be problematic for geopolitical imperatives who want to keep the region divided, more or less, because if the region is connected through a really regionally integrated merchant class, it will create new patterns of economic and political power, which may not be very pleasing for people who want the region to be controlled through vertical patterns of trade integration rather than horizontal ones. And I'll just finish in the last 2 minutes that I have on some work that I've done really out of curiosity, thinking about whether or not the patterns I've presented extend to other parts of the non-oil Muslim world. So I exclude the non-oil economies because they're usually very open, particularly in the Gulf. They have a lot of money to import. They don't impose too many trade barriers per se. But the non-oil Muslim societies. And what I find is an interesting pattern in a paper that's forthcoming, where we look at this QF index of economic globalization. And this index is not just trade integration, it's de jure globalization, the different types of regulatory requirements that are needed. And what you find is that, in the sample of Muslim societies that are non-oil rich, aid dependent and dependent on remittances. So two things, they are not non-oil, but they are dependent on external flows of aid and remittances. What happened to what was their globalization experience relative to similarly situated non-oil, non-Muslim societies that are oil, that are dependent on aid and remittances? And we find that since 1995, which is the year of the establishment of the WTO, there is a real globalization deficit emerging between Muslim and non-Muslim comparator countries. And what we argue is this is not to do with Islam per se. It's to do with two dimensions of the Muslim societies in my sample, and then I'll close in 30 seconds. The first element is that there is there's kind of Muslim autocracies and non-Muslim autocracies. The globalization experience is very different since 1995. It's partly the fact that many of these Muslim societies have not only authoritarian regime, but they're particular type of authoritarian regimes that are more persistent and that oppose the development of an independent private sector. And second aspect is that this pattern is not because of them being Muslim societies, but because of being more aid dependent. And if you look at aid flows between Muslim and non-Muslim sample, in the pre-liberalization phase, which is prior to 1995, Muslim societies depended a lot more on aid. And so you could have, obviously, the likes of Egypt, Jordan, Pakistan, a lot of these states which are, hugely dependent on aid flows. And the more aid exposed you are in the pre-liberalization phase means that the more entrenched your rentier structures are. And when the liberalizing moment came, you were more reluctant to open up. So that's really the overall agenda that's emerging from a set of papers that I'm writing on the subject, and I hope to convert this into a little monograph to think about these subjects. But what a pleasure to be presenting here in the center, as well as part of ASFER, and I look forward to any feedback that you might have. And if somebody asks in Arabic, maybe I could either
والآن نرحب برئيس الجلسة السادسة السيد أشرف العربي الأمين العام للجمعية ورئيس.
Now we welcome the president of the association.
Discussion for 10 minutes, so we can take one or two comments. Dr. Mahmoud Muhyiddin first.
Right. Thank you so much, Adil, an excellent presentation. I'd like to take this analysis in a kind of a forward-looking approach from now. We covered in an excellent way the history, the origins of trade liberalization, and with that as well, I would say that other aspects of globalization, including investment flows, have been attached. Now we're in a different world that's shaping up, and I'm not quite sure about directions, so we need to get your guidance here. One area of concern is the increase of restrictive measures against trade. Before COVID, we had 900 of them. Recently, you may have seen the update on what's called the global fragmentation by the IMF, counting 3,000 different trade restrictions. The Arab economies, and here I'm much more interested in the non-oil kind of trade, including by oil exporting countries. They are facing this kind of complicated geopolitics, nearshoring, friendshoring, and what they should really be doing on that front. There are two, I wouldn't say theories, but two theoretical arguments. One advocated by Danny Roderick and the other by Penelope Goldberg, that whether trade restrictions had resulted in the fragmentation and intensified the geopolitical tensions, or it was the other way around, that geopolitics had been very much responsible for the trade restrictions, or you would consider it's a mix of both. So this will be my first question. Second, when we see that the center of economic gravity shifting towards the east by different measures, what could be the best advice for Arab countries, doing more with the East, keeping whatever they have with the West, being more opportunistic, more transactional. But as you know, trade is not just about few transactions here and there, as we have seen with latest incidents, including after the Ukraine. And the very final question, when we see this kind of confusion about globalization and its direction, we see, as it happened in the ASEAN, for instance, there are tendencies to go into regionalism and new regionalism. So do you see, of your assessments of the Arab countries and its neighborhood could be African countries or Mediterranean countries, do you see that as a good opportunity to invest more in? Will it be sufficient enough to bring the kind of value out of trade? And yeah, so these are basically my three reactions to your excellent assessment. But as I said, I'm going beyond the point that you ended up with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud. We'll take two more questions, Dr. Khaled Elehwany and then Dr. Mustafa Kamel Said, and that's it. Please.
Well, again, thank you, Adil. I second Dr. Muhyiddin's thanks for you for the very informative presentation and the studies, actually. And it's much more into a comment rather than a question by itself. But looking into the history of the Arab world when it comes to the free trade area, we all know that we have that phobia, or I would say no, the obsession of negative lists. Of negative lists. We all know how much, and being a Director General of Customs in Jordan for some time, I know that even when we negotiated the free trade agreement with the Arab world, it was like there is certain countries who presented negative lists of products that they are not even producing at the moment. And when we asked them, why are you using negative lists? They said, we are planning to produce such an article probably in the coming 10 years. So they're protecting themselves. It's much more into a protective way of doing business rather than a democratic, autocratic way of doing business. That's one thing. And I remember even when we had the free trade agreement, Jordan was the first country to sign that agreement with the United States. And I was the vice chairman of the delegation at the moment. And I insisted in two items of the negative list. One of them is alcohol, the other was cigarettes, because of the revenues that we get from such two items. Having said so, when you look into the customs department in the Arab world in general, you will see, and I fully agree with you in that context, that the non-tariff barriers that we put are enormous. Not because customs would like to do that, but when I was there, I noticed that customs is applying and enforcing 42 laws that are not customs laws. Agriculture, environmental, call it whatever you want to call it, and we put it on the stage. Apart from the Gulf countries, who does not have really negative lists or customs. That's why they are much more liberal when it comes to trade than the rest of the Arab world. We all feel that customs is not only a way of revenue generating, but probably they feel that's part of their independence to make sure that they can allow and not allow whatever the products that they want to protect or prohibit from trade, even though, or especially when it comes to the European countries and the advanced world. So it's much more of the culture rather than just looking to the democratic, autocratic way of doing business, if you allow me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you very much. I am Mustafa Kamel Said. I am professor of political science at Cairo University. I'm very much interested in your category of Muslim authoritarian economies or regimes. And my first question, is there a difference between Muslim authoritarian regimes and non-Muslim authoritarian regimes? I have in mind Brazil between 1964 and 1985. It was also under an authoritarian regime, and Brazil by any standard, is not a Muslim country. So is there a difference between authoritarian non-Muslim regimes and authoritarian Muslim regimes in terms of their trade policies? This is one thing. The second thing is also about authoritarian regimes and non-authoritarian regimes in terms of their trade policies. A country like India, I know that India also had introduced several restrictions on foreign trade, particularly countries which embarked upon something called import substitution, industrialization. No matter what type of regime existed, they definitely tried to protect their industries and therefore introduced restrictions. So what is the analytical value of this category, Muslim authoritarian regimes? Is there something called the political economy of Muslim authoritarian regimes, or we should shed away this category and treat them as just economies which impose restrictions irrespective of the fact that they are under an authoritarian system? Because I think many of their policies do continue after the authoritarian regime is overthrown or is replaced by a more liberal regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last question, Dr. Gouia. 1 minute, please.
Thanks, Adil, for the presentation. I would like to throw a different light on the datasets that you have presented. I'm interested in the implication of trade liberalization measures, although they signal in different directions. If you look at TRs on TRs, the implication of trade liberalization effort for the structure of production seems to me that I'm basing my observation on the Egyptian case. The net result was a deindustrialization. You factor this into the labor market and the income distribution and poverty area, and you see that it actually accumulates a lot of elements that would eventually erupt in a social unrest like what we witnessed back in January 2011. And I'm just wondering if in fact trade liberalization in itself is a good thing, or in fact we may think about the issue of the relation between the inside and the outside from a different perspective. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll be brief. Realize I've taken a lot of time. All four are excellent questions, and I wish I had more time to respond, but some of these could be combined as well. So starting with Mahmoud Muhyiddin's question, 3 questions. I'll try and take them together. I think it's a fantastic question because in a way we need to think about, this is the 1990s and 2000 story. There are a number of ways, and I've got lots of ideas, maybe we could discuss it outside this room as well. But very briefly, my sense is that much of the contemporary debate taking place in the West is about hyper-globalization, because they're kind of realizing that they've globalized too much, which led to a lot of inequality and deindustrialization in the US and other places. A lot of it is driven by China. I feel that countries of the global South, particularly Arab countries, face a different challenge, not having liberalized enough. And I know, Gouia might disagree, but overall level of trade liberalization, genuine trade reform has been more or less absent. Absent both in terms of the trade reform, but also in terms of the positive consequences of the trade reform, is to kind of creating an export-oriented sector. So I think we need a different discourse for our region. For our region, the discourse is not a hyper-globalization. It's partial globalization or ineffective globalization or some such notion. And again, when we think about the future, what we are seeing now is in this multipolar world, we have a clash of connectivities. And much of this clash of connectivities is being driven by different blocs pursuing their own objectives, which means that there is more scope for South-South alignment, new regional trading blocks or sub-regional trade will become a lot more important in years to come. Now, when it comes to the region, of course, there are some new initiatives on the horizon, for example, the IMAC program, but that again is very selective. It takes a few countries in the Middle East, connects them with Israel and India. Ultimately, you need, again, we need a new vision, a new thinking of what does regional integration mean in the MENA countries. And of course, this should involve things that Morocco is doing very well, because I think post Arab Spring, Morocco realized very clearly that there is no way we can stake our claim on the local economy and keep political protests at bay. We have to expand the economic pie. And so they have used cultural diplomacy to extend their economic engagement in West Africa, and to create, and a lot of that economic integration is benefiting powerful players in this country, but at least it is expanding the economic horizon. So ultimately, the Arab world will need to think about what type of trade alignments are possible. But I think the question then goes back to sovereignty as well. Today, if Jordan wants to, import or export any gas or water or any other infrastructure item for which is dependent on neighboring countries, you need some kind of approval from the West. Which pipeline will go through Syria and then serve Lebanon. That's the critical difficulty in this region, that, each question of regional integration, it is not the case that the world is sleeping and we can quietly try and integrate. No. Whatever plan you announce, everybody's eyes are set on it. Say, okay, what does it mean for geopolitics? What does it mean for different political order? I know these are difficult questions, but I want to be honest as an academic to say that elephant in the room will always remain. But ultimately, we need, in this era of clash of connectivities, we need a new vision for how the region could integrate. Morocco is offering one example. But again, even for Morocco, just integrating with West Africa is not going to be enough. You need to have, eastward integration as well. Second question about the negative list. Yes, and this is, Arab world is not alone in it. In a lot of countries which have inherited control and command structures, they have that tendency to, think about all sorts of eventualities. And one of the ways in which authoritarian policymaking is different is that authoritarian policymaking would sometimes not even agree on non-controversial items because they want to keep their discretion, flexibility, mandate completely uninhibited even in the future. So I think that is a key part of this. And of course, a lot of these non-tariff measures affect this particular arena as well. I think one way for thinking about trade integration is, rather than looking at big initiatives, we should start thinking about policy experimentation, learning, looking at successful experiences. There are other authoritarian regimes that have successfully, and that goes back to Gouda's question as well, that have successfully integrated. Indonesia being one example. We need to study Indonesia. We need to study Vietnam. Both of these are contexts that are authoritarian contexts. When Indonesia started liberalizing in the late 1990s, it was authoritarian context. And there were two things that were central to their experiences. One, that these signing of trade agreements and the immediate reduction of trade barriers created a new alliance in society, which was a new export-oriented class that became crucial for regime survival. We saw that in Turkey as well, right? There's a new export class that has political influence, and it can shape policy. The second thing is different regional dynamics. In both Vietnam and Indonesia, they were part of these regional agglomerations where being isolated was not an option. Whereas in this part of the world, oil, conflict, other types of rent streams have always made it easier for you to say, okay, let's postpone that difficult decision for the future. The third question, sir, very good question, and I'll be very brief. Maybe we can discuss outside. I think when we think about democracy and autocracy, this is a very crude explanation based on VDEM indicators. Autocracies come in all many different types. Like Tolstoy had that beautiful quote, all happy families are alike and all unhappy families are unhappy in their own ways. This huge variation amongst autocratic regimes. The argument that I was trying to expand was not that it's a Muslim effect. It's the fact that many of these countries are more dependent on aid and remittances than other autocracies. Maybe the regional element is also different, and that their authoritarian regimes are more stable. If you look at the global sample, there's a lot more durability of authoritarian regimes in Muslim societies compared to other. And maybe there's another factor, which is that geopolitics is very differently designed. For a place like Egypt, for example, or Pakistan, these are countries that are hugely important strategically, too big to fail. And there, the imperative of aid, the imperative of a stable political structure is not just a domestic issue. It's very much linked with international and regional geopolitics. But, sir, we definitely need more research to refine these categories. I'll conclude with Gouda's question, which again, the impact of trade liberalization is very different. And it takes, there are always winners and losers. And when we think about the MENA region, one of the central difficulties is that we haven't been able to create a genuine export-oriented class, a genuine export-oriented sector. You had the QIZ initiative both in Jordan and Egypt. They didn't really genuinely lead to an export sector that was vibrant. And if you have a trade liberalization where there is it does not lead to creation of an export sector, particularly in manufacturing, and where social sort of inclusion is low, there's not a program to compensate those who are losing out from trade reform and therefore going into the informal sector, it becomes very difficult to create winners from that process of trade reform. So again, trade reform exists in all different sides, and the idea that there is a binary distinction between closed economies and open economies, no, it's wrong. If you look at Vietnam, still many of the sectors are closed, even in China. So trade reform is not just a Washington consensus trade reform, but it's a trade reform where there's carefully thought out economic policy that creates linkages and complementarities. So I'll stop there.
والآن نرحب.
Now, please welcome the chair of the sixth session, Ashraf Al-Arabi, Secretary General of the Arab Society for Economic Research.
Will be Mr. Khalid Al-Wazani, Associate Professor, Mohammed bin Rashid School of Government in Dubai, and Vice Chairman of ASFER. Mohammed Hadi Bashir, United Nations Development Programme. Mr. Larbi Jaidi, Senior Fellow, Policy Center for the New South. And Mr. Fathullah Walalu, Senior Fellow, Policy Center for the New South. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, we start this sixth and final session in this conference. And this is a discussion or an interactive session under the theme Building Resilience, Managing Debt, Driving Growth, and Fostering Regional Integration in the Arab World. We have four major speakers in this interactive session. And we have a time allotted to us about 1 hour and a half, or maybe less, because there will be a meeting of ASFER, and there is also a dinner and there is also at the invitation of the center. So we shall try to be brief. We shall give each speaker 10 minutes. They will address the subjects that we have agreed upon. As I said, we have four major speakers. The first one is Dr. Khalid Elehwany. He is the vice chairman of ASFER, and he's also an associate professor at the Mohammed bin Rashid School. He has also headed the Investment Authority in the Kingdom of Jordan. We have also with us online the dear friend Dr. Mohammed Hadi Bashir. He is a UNDP expert, has more than 20 years experience in the United Nations system and the World Bank, and he is an advisor for strategic initiatives at the regional center affiliated with the UNDP. He is supervising regional initiatives to promote complementarity and enhance development, and also the transition towards green development. The third speaker is Dr. Al-Arabi Jaidi. He is a senior fellow and a very well-known expert. He is a colleague and a member of the Policy Center for the New South, and he is an associate professor at the Mohammed V University. Mr. Jaidi was advisor to the head of government and Minister of Finance in the Kingdom of Morocco, and he works as an independent expert at the level of the authority against the anti-corruption authority. And the fourth speaker is Dr. Fathallah Walalu, who is, as I said earlier, we're very happy to meet Dr. Fathallah Walalu, who is an eminent expert and one of the founders of the Arab Society for Economic Research. He served as Minister of Economy and Finance in the Kingdom of Morocco between 1998 up to 2007-2008. And he was the elected chairman of the region of Rabat, or elected president of the region of Rabat. And he has written extensively in different sectors. So these are the speakers. We shall now give the floor to Mr. Khalid Elehwany. Sir, you have 10 minutes, and Dr. Khalid will talk about the drivers and the neighbors for the next decade in Arab countries. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin. Good afternoon to you all. I'm very happy to be with you this afternoon. I know that this is the end of the day, and these were two quite lengthy days, a lot of information shared, a very dense program. Thank you so much to the Center for the New South, Policy Center, and the Society for convening this very interesting and important conference, especially with respect to Arab countries and the future. One of the disruptions that has led me to be here in front of you today is that I'm part of I belong to one of the committees, and I work on the scientific committee, and I have talked about the Arabic language and its future. Dr. Leila insisted that there be a presentation by myself in which I will be talking about the enablers and the drivers for the next decade. What is interesting is that I take pride that I am here in Morocco, my home away from home. I am from a family that comes from the Hijaz, and one of my forefathers came here to Morocco and set up a small village called Wazan, and there is a family now that is called Al-Wazani, and they are from the Hijaz. And whenever I come to Morocco and whenever I say my name is Wazni, they tell me whether I am Moroccan or not, and I would be very honored to be called a Moroccan. The name was written in Arabic as Wazni, and it is pronounced Al-Wazani in Cairo as Dr. Ashraf. In the last 12 years, they used to call me Al-Wazni. So that pronunciation stuck with me, and that's how I'm called, Al-Wazni. That's part of the 10 minutes I was allotted. One of the disruptions that I wanted to share with you, and if I mention this, Dr. Judah will react and I will miss out on the next 5 minutes. I will talk about the landscape or the space, the Volga volatility, instability, complexity, and ambiguity. And that is the Volga environment. Dr. Mahmoud Muhyiddin mentioned the importance of climate and health. This Volga involves a digital revolution that we have to deal with, especially now that we have AI. The political geography or the geopolitics here is extremely important, and no country from the region is spared the challenges that arise from such a complex environment. In Jordan, for instance, in the last 50 years, Jordan was not involved in any of the wars, but there was no year in which we were not impacted by the various wars. The geography and the technology are major determinants of the VUCA. As we talked about the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And finally, the very significant uncertainty or confusion. According to the latest report, this situation will remain with us. For example, as you can see in the monetary sector, there will be a more severe impact, and of course, we have to make sure that there are no financial crises, as was the case in 2008. We have not, during the previous session, we addressed the question of gender unemployment and the transition from universities to the job market. And we forget that the training should be a part of the development of policies. And I think that in the foreseeable future, that link will remain quite weak. We're talking about a region that is importing a lot, and it does not produce finished items in this region. Now we move on to the prospects for the next years. They will, and then that will continue until until the end of this year. We will have a look at the inflation, the problem of the monetary policies, and the problems with the decline in interest rates, and the problem also with the debts. And finally, the structural adjustment that the region has not escaped this structural adjustment, and that will not be the case for the next decade probably. At the beginning of this year, we have taken that into account. We have to say that 50% of the growth in the world comes from two countries, China and India. And the AI has developed 1,000-fold, and therefore there is a major decline as far as economic openness, and BRICS and the new blocks do point to that. Now, there are 4 disruptors in the Arab world, and I will insist on 2. The first one is debt that exceeds 100% in many countries of the GDP. And the other one is the employment or unemployment situation, not because it cannot be solved, but because of how it has come to be, and the policy of the government in this regard. And the other one is the monetary and financial policy. As regards the 2 questions I wanted to talk about before I leave important questions to Dr. Ashraf to understand this, the question of indebtedness is due to the fact that it means that the debt is related to the government and how it spends on itself. Most of the debts are trade, and therefore they're related to trade relations. And therefore, we have to finance that the trade deficits, as is we can see in the percentages, and the governments are borrowing money to pay for debts. In Jordan, we say that you take someone's hat to put it on your head, and so on. And the last thing is that these are debts that are to be paid not to enhance and stimulate the economy. These are debts that needs to further spending and to further inflation and economic problems. I said earlier, most of the debts exceed 100%, and with the large or significant size of the population, you can see that there is a major impact of this debt. For example, Jordan, it's about 91%, 14% on the governments, but they represent only challenges for the countries. Unemployment is major unemployment in the region, very high percentages. There are 14 million unemployed people in the region, and the unemployment rate is very high. And this is a structural problem. It's not just a unemployment due to the quality of education. The universities provide certifications and diplomas, but not necessarily qualifications. And the skills needed for by the labor markets are known, but they're not available, unfortunately. 36% of the jobs will change. No, the last report talks about 65% of them will change And 42% of the workers today, and from now until 2027, either they will have to gain new skills or lose their jobs. What we need is to come up with data engineering, work on cybersecurity, as well as health and safety and security and energy. So there are many enablers that we can build on. There is the importance of inter-Arab economy and exchanges between the different countries, and the contribution of young people, and the diversification of resources. And there are many aspects that should help us to do a lot if we work on these and come up with the specific data for this. In the last 30 seconds, I want to go back to one of the major disruptions that were mentioned by Dr. Tuda. When I finished my studies in the university, the question was, if you want to learn more, try to contact Juda, Dr. Juda. He will cause a lot of trouble to you, but he will help you. I wanted to write my PhD thesis in English, but Dr. Juda told me that you can do that, but when you graduate, are you going to deal with or you going to address yourself to an Arab speakers or to some other speakers? I said, in that case, try to write in Arabic.
لاسو بالجامعة بالتجارة الدولية. أول فصل أعطيته إياه للدكتور جودة ورجع لي إياه كان في على الهامش كلام جميل جدا.
My exchange with Dr. Juda actually, I still have the paper, and I knew that I was very poor at Arabic, and I had to make great improvements. I told him, he told me, actually, will give you, you are greatly rewarded when you read those papers in Arabic. I told him that during the 25 years that have passed, I have made huge efforts to improve upon my Arabic, and I'm happy to say that today I can speak fluently with him in Arabic. Dr. Hadi Bashir, we would like to know if he's with us on Zoom. He's going to talk about another very important issue, the debt crisis in Arab countries. This, it was agreed that this presentation would be concise and brief. The paper is to be found on the UNDP website. You have 10 minutes. Before I give you the floor, there is a series of questions. Dr. Khalid Al-Wazani has raised some questions, and he helped us formulate those questions based on his presentation. First, is there a genuine interest in investing in the youth? How can we tap Arab surpluses, and how can we augment AI in the Arab world voluntarily and not under duress? And last question, the last question relates to the increasing confrontation. Can the Arab world go forward in achieving its trade integration? So these are the 4 questions that need to be answered. Dr. Hadi, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf. Thank you, Dr. Wazani. Unfortunately, Dr. Gouia was not my professor, and Sibawayh will turn in his grave once again because of my Arabic. My slides, I cannot see my slides on the screen. Yes. As a matter of fact, I share your assessment of the situation. The majority of Arab states, the non-exporting countries in particular, are in a dire debt situation. And the oil exporting countries are also accumulating debt for the future. Eventually, their oil revenues have contributed to their debt GDP ratio. Actually, I also share or concur with Dr. Wazani when he says that in the majority of Arab states, the level is very high, extremely high, which is the case of Lebanon. Jordan has exceeded the 100%. The situation in Tunisia, in Yemen, and in Morocco is not very brisk. But we agree and that we need to go deeper and see what is the cause of this extravagant indebtedness. When you see the figure on the left hand, the majority of our Arab states have a plethoric public administration in terms of costs. When compared with the Asian countries, the difference is striking. But the worst is not the size, but the contribution of public spending in productivity. We conducted at ESCWA a study to see what is the total factor productivity examining public spending. Many countries, like Tunisia and Egypt, when the state spends, this does not impact positively productivity. And as Mr. Wazani said, we go in debt to live. No, I would say we go in debt so that we can make things worse, not to live only. The issue now is that the public debt situation is affected by the economy, but it will also in turn affect the economy. We will be in a vicious circle, and investments or the public debt in the majority of our countries, there is a deficit in terms of access to external debt. And then we resort to internal debt or indebtedness. The majority of banks, when they have to choose between private investment or state or public debt, they choose automatically the state. And what is happening at the level of the domestic credit to the private sector, it is decreasing and increasingly so. In most countries, it is we find a high level of credit to SMEs, and access to credit has become very, very difficult for SMEs in the majority of our countries, which impacts negatively production. And the debt GDP ratio eventually. We haven't got yet to the vicious circle which Lebanon is entangled in. But if we do not react, we may join Lebanon in their dire situation. What have we tried to do to get out of this maze and of the diagnosis? Very briefly, because to my mind, we need to dedicate way more time to this vital question. Indebtedness and the climate, as well as other vital issues, need to be tackled urgently. For example, in Tunisia, the impact on unemployment is there to be felt. It has a direct impact on the budget deficit and on the public debt. There is a significant decrease. Improving productivity may lead us to decreasing public debt. Let's look at the case of Tunisia precisely. The productivity of public administration is negative. I'm sorry if there are Tunisians in the room, but if there are, they will understand me very clearly. The public administration in Tunisia has become a hurdle, a major hurdle to productivity. The productivity of the public Tunisian administration has become similar to the Egyptian. I don't have the time to show you all the results, but we may achieve 6% more growth if we I'm not talking about Singapore here as a comparison, but only about Egypt. And this might have its impact on unemployment and other issues. We have tried to conduct a simulation. What if if we used the revenue, the windfall revenues to decrease the debt? This policy would be very huge. It would create a tremendous opportunity. The use of extra budgetary revenue to front-load the debt payment. So these suggestions shows us that the debt crisis has solutions, but requires efforts, not in terms of taxation or more taxation. The fiscal pressure in Tunisia is unbearable now. The public administration has to focus on quality, on productivity. AI and new technologies are there to facilitate this shift, but we need to undertake second-generation reforms, facilitating the procedures and improving upon productivity. Thank you. And I'm sorry I could not be there with you. We are sorry. We would have liked to have you with us, Doctor. Thank you very much for this valuable presentation and for the ideas and insights you have partaken with us. When you asked if there were any Tunisians in the room, of course there are Tunisians in the room. But there are more Egyptians. But the Egyptians were very pleased when you talked about the productivity issue. I was afraid actually the contrary might happen, but it is a great thing. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it is رأس الحكمة and not رأس الخيمة, talking about the extra budgetary revenue in Egypt. The third speaker, Dr. Arabi Jaidi, researcher, proeminent researcher for the and fellow researcher at the Policy Center for the New South. He will talk about integration and trade complementarity or integration in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think so that we are going to talk again about a topic which is the trade integration and commercial complementarity in the Arab world. And this is a kind of intellectual luxury, actually, because we witness a lot of literary production around the world economic system in general. But in any design of an integration of the Arab world, commercially speaking, we would like to establish a new approach, and to do so we need to review this long process of trade integration in the Arab world. We need first to amend what can be amended, introduce new reforms to pave the way for that integration. The history of trade openness and integration dates back to more than 70 years. Since the end of the World War II, the inception of the Arab States League, etc. And it also spans various generations of concepts and visions. And in 70 years, we have reached huge numbers, more 9%. According to the unified, more recent Arab report, and 13% as per the UN sources, compared with the total exports of the Arab world abroad. And this transition over 70 years is maybe relates to 2 or 3 points in this percentage. So we may rightly ask ourselves, how come that the intra-trade in the Arab region has advanced only by 2 to 3 points compared to the 13% reported by the UN? This is a legitimate question that we need to answer. So, there is a varied there are diverse levels of production, of development, and diverse systems of production in our countries. This might be an explanation. The choices that these countries made in the 60s and the 70s, there was an absence of a joint or a shared, or a common vision. So now we need to ponder on these differences according to the ECOSOC Committee of the Arab League, we are still in the process of nurturing and implementing the greater trade area, Arab trade area. Many things need to be complemented based on the executive program. There are still some questions, pending questions, when it comes to competition, protectionism, the launch of an Arab network for competition. There are also issues relating to the protection of consumers and the protocol of establishing a common Arab vision to protect consumers, the innocuity of food and foodstuffs, and how to cope with issues involving sanitary measures and sanitary inspections of foodstuffs. We also have the issue of litigation between the trade litigation between and other issues also involving coordination, and the list goes on. So based on this current situation, we need to ask ourselves, what are the hurdles that have hampered this complementarity or this integration? Maybe there are definitely historical reasons, the loss of confidence because of the questions about collective sovereignty. There is fear, the fear of the fact of an inequitable redistribution of the wealth that might be that might stem from this complementarity. And I said earlier, the absence of confidence, the absence of coordination, the absence of follow-up of the different agreements and of assessing their impact and outcome.
So these obstacles are still ongoing. There is for an opposition of this integration and the difficulty of integrating with the larger, wider global economy. And this has all led to the current situation, the lack of free trade or integration initiatives in the Arab world, the lack of diversification in the trade of commodities between countries, the lack of interest for programs of this nature. So those are the lessons that need to be learned from this. But the question remains, what are the prospects? The future depends on reforms, not just on trade reforms per se. We can see that there are a number of proposals from international organizations and Arab institutions. There are also the considerations pertaining to the gravity model and so on, and that have an impact on trade liberalization. But this remains theoretical, and it is not translated into operational measures and thorough study to the current situation and the study of thorough reforms. At the beginning of this session, it was argued that one of the reasons why economic reforms are slow in the Arab world One such reasons is the presence of authoritarian regimes, but also the spread of conflicts in the Arab world. And third, the windfall economies and their impact on growth in the region. So we need to look into those factors individually. So it's not all about technical steps that need to be taken to liberalize trade. It's more about structural reforms. The current situation in the Arab world is one of division and fragmentation. There are 6 or 7 Arab countries which are currently in a state of fragmentation, and the governments in those countries are incapable of making any decisions. On the other hand, there is an issue with reforms in countries which have reform components. But because of the political and economic nature of the regimes in these countries, the reforms are not carried out. As far as I'm concerned, there is no foregone conclusion. Things can change. Economic and trade complementarity is a common initiative, and this requires a vision of the future, and this should be based on reform measures. But we need to ask ourselves what the future of the global and the global trade is in this opposition between openness and protectionism. And what about the Arab world within this global order, and what are the factors that weigh on this trend, and what are the interactions between the global economy and Arab economy? So we need to shape that vision in a volatile world. Of course, some technical proposals can be tabled, but there needs to be shared work. Based on the analysis of this interaction between the global economy and the Arab economies, we need to define what ought to be done. How do we go about forming a new vision as part of a new approach of trade complementarity? And this approach is a multiple track approach. We should look or seek a minimum threshold for cooperation, and this should not depend on geographical closeness. And there are several examples of this, especially in the East. So we need to define the minimum levels of cooperation, but also the factors of integration, especially within initiatives to strengthen trade relations. So there needs to be a connection between work in economics and work in politics and collective security. So if we factor in all these elements, we will form a shared vision, and with that we will define the various aspects of the collective work, and we'll be able to overcome the obstacles that have hampered us in the past. Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Jaidi, for this insightful contribution in which you have mentioned a number of factors in Arab trade and the crux of the issue, meaning the factors that we need to focus on and we need to reflect upon, even though there is much talk about those topics outside formal discussions. And now, please welcome the last speaker in this session, Dr. Fathallah Walalu, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. He's also one of the founding members of the Arab Society for Economic Research. He will take us through another important topic, which is how to overcome the current situation and how do we go about creating reforms in the region. In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the All-Gracious. First, I'd like to express how grateful I am and how happy I am to welcome you in Morocco. And I hope that this meeting will be the start of a new cooperation between our center on the one hand and Arab economists on the other hand. So I would like to thank you for your kind words yesterday when you said that you had the opportunity to be at the first conference at the time of Saad Najjar, and but now our focus is the future. We are economists. We need to reflect upon economic issues. We need to create development and growth circumstances that stand the test of time. But the contradiction here is that the reflection upon economic circumstances requires stability. And this requires also calm. And we recognize that these circumstances are not to be found in the Arab world. For decades, it has been so. It's all very well to mention disruptors, and I can also say that this term, disruptors, morbikat in Arabic, is a good concept, but it does not cover all the obstacles we're facing. So we're surrounded by shackles, by closures. And those factors are not economic in nature. They are political, geopolitical, and it's necessary for us as economists to contribute in facing those obstacles so that we're able to carry out our tasks as economists, because economics is absent in the regional debate. And this is in spite of all the studies being carried out around that topic. There are a number of issues and challenges. So if I may, Chair, I will focus on the impediments and on the challenges so that they can become focus areas and challenges to overcome. There are 4 impediments and 4 challenges. The first impediment, and it was back at the forefront, it's the Palestinian cause. It's front and center in our conscience. This war will end eventually, but for the past 70 years, this cause has had an impact on the economic situation and the economic process of the region. So we hope, as we discuss collective Arab work, we need to remind ourselves that there should be a new momentum, new mobilization in order to find a solution, a just solution based on 2 states. And this is important given the nature of the conflict. It is a Palestinian-Israeli conflict. It's a regional conflict, but it's also an international conflict, given that it was the United Nations that created Israel. The second impediment is instability. The situation of instability stemming from what was called the Arab Spring, which has led, as mentioned by our friend Al-Arabi, which has led to failed states. It has led to threats of fragmentation, threats of government shortage. And therefore, we need to overcome conservatism trends which have sent the Arab world back several years. We need to end this chapter. And we need to look into the economic issues that are matters of concerns. Another impediment is the incapacity of the Arab world to face external shocks that have been bearing on the region since the early 20th century, or the early 21st century. And this reverts me back to the known unknowns or unknown knowns, and I prefer the word uncertainty. These shocks were not overcome by the Arab world. And I'm also thinking of the 9/11 attacks and its dire consequences on the Arab world. Let's also mention the 2008 economic and financial crisis and its impacts on the region, especially on non-oil exporting countries. Let's also mention the COVID crisis and the Arab Spring shock, which has had a bearing on the region. But there's also the Ukrainian war, which has laid bare the energy and food dependency of non-oil exporting Arab countries. And finally, the genocide war waged by Israel against our Palestinian brothers. And the fourth impediment is of economic nature. In the Arab world, we are in the what is called the middle income trap. This was a problem faced by Latin American countries. The growth rate in the region is around 2.7%, more than in Europe, but it's less than in Asia. So we need to overcome this challenge of diversification and invest in new technologies. But there's also the issue of indebtedness that was mentioned by other colleagues. When it comes to the challenges, there are 4 of them. First, the decline in shared Arab work and the lack of integration. Second, with the exception of Arab funds, especially the Economic Development Fund, we can say that there is a decline in shared economic work. And third, the impact of climate change. We are facing the highest degrees of temperature increases. We are now in winter. In decades ago, we would be very cold, but those days have gone. Yeah, and we are all witnessing this today. There's also the issue of drought. The third challenge is the response to new globalization trends. Globalization today is very different from the 20th century globalization. There is a new multipolar world, a struggle between the US and China, and as was argued previously, there is the rise of the Asian region, and this might be an opportunity for us so that we can interact with Asia, with India, with fast growing Asian countries, with Europe and with BRICS countries on an equal footing. And the last challenge, which was already mentioned by other colleagues, which is the opportunity to benefit from new technologies and AI. I think that overcoming impediments and overcoming challenges and making them opportunities, this is what will help us accomplish our task.
On the medium term and long term, we need to create conditions that are conducive to economic growth that is credible with fair social distribution of the dividends of progress. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fathallah. We now open a Q&A session. Very quickly, please. And I insist on this. And I will get close to whoever wants to take the floor so that we put some pressure on the speakers to be as brief as possible. Dr. Abdelhamid. And I will give the floor to non-Egyptians on a priority basis. We would like to listen to non-Egyptians, and then we will give a chance to Egyptians to take the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to talk about one question: how to address and manage the external debt. The way we do it is not full-fledged. You deal with the situation from the monetary and financial perspective. The debt problem exists in Egypt, in Morocco, in Syria, and other countries. We need to look at the policies. Most of them address only one aspect. So why do we have this debt problem? It seems to me that we are looking for the funds, and that it adds to our indebtedness. Therefore, we need to have further other policies. We should be rationalizing imports, rationalizing consumption patterns. We should be encouraging production and exports, etc. And we, of course, you're aware of this. But this aspect in addressing the debt issues, unfortunately, are not mentioned. I think that they have to be taken into consideration and looked at in a more serious way. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Hamid. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the valuable presentations. I want to ask a question that worries me, and I think that is the case for all Arabs. Why is there so much confusion to find a pathway to industrialization? It is industrialization that creates jobs, creates added value, and helps with the economic transition that promotes development, despite the political will expressed we have in Morocco a new generation of industrial programs. All of these efforts do not lead to an industrial transition and to the industrialization rate that we are looking forward in order to create the jobs that we need. My question is, what are the real hurdles that prevent us, that is not taking into account, of course, the ties and links that we have with the West and the impact of those links? There are problems also at internal level. Dr. Mustafa. Thank you very much to all the speakers in this session. I have a methodological observation and a question. I think that we are not benefiting from the new social economy, and this is not a product of Marxist economists. These are economists who do not want to be categorized, and they write about the new political economy, especially foreign trade. There is a good job, good performances that have been achieved, and I think Stiglitz, who received the Nobel Prize, is interested in this. And I will move on now to the Arab complementarity. There are, of course, interest groups or lobbies that are benefiting from the current situation, and we have to make sure that that we identify these lobbying groups or those who are benefiting from the current situation. There are analysts and thinkers who've been working on this, but unfortunately we have not come up with a project, a full-fledged project. The European Union managed to come up with a project on how to achieve a political union by starting with the economy. We don't have something similar to this. We talk about economic complementarity, but they did not come up with a political project. I want to make a concrete proposal in this regard. Why don't we start with, for example, the question of cereals, and try to see how we can achieve this complementarity as far as cereal production is concerned. And I think that this is possible, and we can think about practical ways and means to achieve that economic complementarity through gradual and specific steps. Thank you. This is an interactive session, as we said. These are presentations that are meant to help us have this interactive session. So this is quite a different session than the previous ones. Dr. Ghaus, Mauritania. Good afternoon. I think that one of the solutions is that if the political will is there, we look forward to having that political will to promote and to build that complementarity and the development of Arab economies into consideration. If that political will is there, that it will contribute to the joint Arab action. Thank you, Dr. Ridha Gouia. Thank you. I would like to go back to history. Since the 60s, in the 60s, we used to talk about trade and the Maghreb Union that brings together 5 countries from the 60s and the 70s. I was teaching in France, and our motto was Maghreb Union and prevent the brain drain. But what do we see today? What do we see? What we see is interstate trade. If you look at North Africa, the Arab Maghreb, where is this interstate or inter-Maghreb trade? Where are the policies that are expected to develop these intertrade between the 5 countries, just these Maghreb countries? The intertrade between these Maghreb countries does not exceed 3%. 3%. A dismal 3%. So today we see that there is a problem with migration. In Tunisia, for instance, we are exporting labor force. Each year, 1,300 doctors leave Tunisia to go to France. 800 to Germany, 1,300 to France. Same thing with engineers. So where is this Maghreb Union and where is this inter-Maghreb trade? I don't want to take too much of your time because there is a meeting coming up. Dr. Khalid Hanafi. 1 minute, please. I didn't want to comment, but since you've been talking about Arab economic complementarity, I want to share with you a viewpoint that may not be consistent with what has existed for years. The Arab complementarity is not a political act. The role of governments is limited to opening the way to trade. But as far as the actual implementation of this, it lies with the private sector. And it's not through emotions and slogans that we can do this. It is done through reasons and factors that for the free movement of services and goods. This does not exist in the Arab world. We have 22 countries that exist around seas and oceans. They don't have maritime links between them, which means that the movement of goods is very costly. So we cannot have a free trade if we do not have these prerequisites. There does not seem to be a benefit or interest in this. We need to come up with a new formula to develop transport in general, logistics in general, reduce costs, and put these factors and elements before the private sector so that it can be involved. So those who achieve complementarity involve the private sector essentially, and that is the complementarity is still a goal that is very far away. We have to make sure that we have a free trade area and meet the prerequisites, including logistics relating to transport, etc. And there is much to be said in this regard. Thank you. Dr. Khalid Hanafi is the Secretary General of the Union of Arab Industrial and Commerce Chambers. And he has taken the floor in that capacity, I suppose. And he is an eminent expert and the Dean of the Academy for Maritime Transportation. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Dr. Gouia Abdel Khaliq will be the last speaker. He is the only one whom I cannot pressure. Please, if you could limit yourself to 2 minutes. I would have liked not to intervene, but I will be brief. I will start where Dr. Khalid finished. We need the infrastructure to facilitate the trade relations between Arab countries. We are talking about the financing and insurance and storage. This, I think, is an aspect that is unfortunately overlooked or neglected, and therefore in the project, the Belt and Road project, there is a network of links, some maritime, others inland, etc. And we can look at the African map that has changed a lot over the last 20 years as far as these links are concerned. Talking about creating conducive conditions that are conducive to that exchange and to that trade. There was a rail link between Ismailia and Rafah. But after the Arab Spring, this link disappeared altogether. And I think that this is just one example, and I'm sure that other similar examples exist. I will just limit myself to this, and I hope that you don't get bored with me taking the floor very often. No, sir, we learn a lot from you. I go back to the speakers, 2 minutes each. Not really to respond, but this is just an interactive session, but to share with us their final comments within 2 minutes, please. Dr. Khalid. Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. I don't have much to add to the presentation. Most of the comments made by the colleagues were part of the enablers and drivers, especially the last question by Dr. Ashraf, which says that the world, there is quite a lot of clashes and confrontations, and the Arab world cannot but try to come up with an economic bloc. And maybe this question of cereals, they were not allowed to carry out any cooperation initiatives. Maybe industry, there are more prospects. There can be also a great prospect as far as industrial developments between Arab countries. Arab trade goes from 13 to 29%, and if we take out the oil sector. What is maybe perhaps in which I have some reservations is that there is a major responsibility of the governments in terms of promoting and facilitating inter-Arab trade. For example, you can have the country could maybe find it easier to set up or create. Can you turn off a computer, please? We can't listen. There are the free trade agreement with the United States has not taken so much time as the free trade agreements involving Arab countries. Despite all of this,
in negotiations, 5 to 6 countries have goods that on which they impose customs duties and which they do not produce. On the other hand, there are some other microphones open in the room. We have interferences here in the booth. There is also the issue of technology, AI, and the advancement of technologies which makes the mobility for work a lot easier. So people now may work abroad without leaving their home countries. And the possibilities now are endless. This is a market of unexpected advantages. No economist could have predicted this shift, this new situation. My daughter's son in Riyadh works in the United States, and he goes physically to the United States twice a year only. So this is a way for us to tackle the structural problem of unemployment. So our youth need to start creating their own jobs because the world has opened up to a lot of opportunities today. Thank you, Dr. Al-Hadi. If you have any final remarks. Well, very quickly, the issue of intra-trade at the UNDP, we have tried to study the issue, but as you know, a big chunk of intra-trade is informal. It is not a question of statistics, and it is not covered by statistics. It is way greater than what official figures show. So there is some complementarity up to a certain extent. A second point, we have conducted a study. We try to track Arab youths who participated in mathematics Olympiads. They have a great potential for AI. According to what we have seen so far, as of the early 2000s, the 90s, sorry, there is not one single of these talented students stayed at in their own countries, on their countries of origin. All of them left. 70% of the youth in Jordan, for example, would like to emigrate. And when I say emigrate, most of them, when, for example, you have a physician from Tunisia that goes to Europe, it's not only for money, it's for more than that. It's and we know professors, top-notch physicians in Tunisia who left Tunisia, not to mention unemployment and its impact. Now, for industrial policies, I think if we accept Egypt, you can't create a new trends in trade and commerce because markets in Arab countries is small. In the absence of a common policy or a common strategy encompassing tariffs and all other issues as important issues that need in-depth study. We have capital, we have human capital, but if as economists we try and convince decision makers that this is a win-win situation for all countries, I think that we will have honored our duty as economists. Thank you, or part of it at least. Dr. Arabi Jaidi, you have the floor. We can hear you, Doctor. Of course, I concur with the opinions that have just been voiced, but the question for me remains when we compare, when we study the integration issue, should we limit ourselves to the measures, facilitating measures that we need to put in place, be it at the logistical level or technical level, etc.? And here, I think there is a number of suggestions at international level, at the level of the WTO, which do not distinguish between the Arab world, the third world countries and or advanced countries when it comes to such measures, be it the rules of origin or litigation or a number of other issues in relation with tariff and non-tariff barriers. And there are many agreements, and there is a huge literature and many reports issued by Arab economic councils common Arab committees, etc. We may agree upon them and step up their implementation. But the issue is, how can we cope with the traditional and institutional, historical and institutional obstacles? Even the authoritarian regimes in the Arab world have opened up and have started reforms and trade openness. Well, trade openness is one thing, and political openness within their own space is something else. It is a color, a horse of another color. So many Arab regimes have achieved economic reforms and have shunned from more complex reforms that are of political nature, especially when it comes to the rule of law and the opening of local and domestic markets to competition. These are the issues at hand in the Arab world. To my mind, there's another point. We need to read with a new, based on a new approach, our history pertaining to trade integration and revisit the concepts. And we need to establish a new basis for Arab trade complementarity in the light of world mutations. Thank you, Mr. Fathallah. I would like to thank the speakers who have enriched our debate with regards to some issues like indebtedness. Indebtedness, how to solve it? In Morocco, we are not alone actually to have experienced this. There have been two ways actually. In the 18, the increase in debt ended by the intervention of the IMF, the Paris Club, the London Club, and this led to the policies of structural adjustments, and this is how we managed to alleviate the burden of debt. The second way that we used at the start of this century, some internal reforms, especially when it comes to the management of some public institutions and public finance, in agreement with our partners to conduct a dynamic management of debt with some Arab states and some Gulf states as well. In addition to something essential, endeavoring to have higher growth rates as a denominator, which enabled us to face and overcome to some extent the indebtedness issue. You have come from Tunisia. We are all weeping for the plight in which the Arab world is today. The Maghreb Arab used to exist during the colonization. We fought hand in hand against the colonizer. Moroccans and Tunisians helped each other and helped the Algerians in their revolution, and we are proud of that. We had the Conference of Tangier in 1950, in the 50s, to go forward with this idea. And despite the inception of the Arab Maghreb Union in the 80s, we have regressed. And there are things that have that I have liked in this encounter. We have met with some of our friends, of our brothers from the Maghreb, the Arab Maghreb. The problem today is that there are no more connections and no more interaction between the elites of our different countries. As the French say, the future cannot insult us. We are the culprits, and our union is a necessity. The issue of economic integration, and our friend Al-Arabi is an expert in this field. Well, of course, integration can be only economic. In the 60s of the last century, we used to talk about political integration, but the economic integration involves the pre-existence of a political will, only a political will to achieve economic integration. And finally, the devastating war today, which is a curse. I hope that we will end up getting some benefits from it, some blessings to overcome all the challenges that we are facing today. Thank you, Mr. Fathallah. Actually, the session is over, but before we call it a day, allow me to give the floor to Dr. Muhyiddin, the president of the association, for his final remarks. I cannot exert pressure on him, but I hope he will limit his speech to 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf. I also extend my gratitude and thanks to the 4 speakers, panelists, for their valuable input and comments. I'm not here to summarize, but to interact with all these interventions, be it about the challenges raised by Dr. Fathallah or the determinants and enablers of Arab trade integration by Dr. Arabi, and also the questions of productivity in our Arab economies by Dr. Al-Hadi, and what Dr. Al-Khalid said about the enablers. This is only a summary, and I would like to deal with a subject and what else? What else for us as an association, for us to convey some of these brilliant ideas to the people, to our decision makers that are responsible of the plight of their populations in the future work of our General Assembly. And I wish that we will be working on this topic in the meantime before our next encounter. So I would like very briefly to emphasize some elements. Dr. Ismail Sabir Abdullah, the late doctor, he insisted on words and meanings. And Dr. Yusuf Asayr also said that every time you use an Arab word, you think of its English equivalent. So expressing oneself in Arabic is like expressing oneself in English. You cannot cover it all. There are challenges that we know, others that we don't know. There are concepts that we know and other concepts that we ignore. So this applies to all languages. So Dr. Fathallah touched upon this. There are solutions that were expressed as wishes and recommendations, but Dr. Said reminded us that half solutions do not yield half outcomes. So while talking about governance, about public management, when we float an economic proposal or solution, it is within its political context. In the absence, for example, of good decision-making, or in the case of the propagation of corruption, and there are also some stakeholders that have specific interests that are vested interests, and we need to sensitize the people to all these aspects. And I would like to insist first on we have tackled 4 levels of analysis. We talked about globalization, as if globalization is still in its old form or shape. But there have been some change, and we need to take into account this change and its different aspects. The indebtedness issue in the 80s and 90s, we used to give a lot of consideration to the Paris Club. 70 or 80% of debt was in the hands of the Paris Club decision-wise, but today less than 45%. So we are still considering some international institutions as they are as mighty as they used to be in the past century, and their capital is much less than in the past, and their power is much weaker. More particularly the IMF. The IMF in particular, and I'm happy that we tackled the debt issue several times. In the case of Mexico, for example, the IMF had the power to control 1/3 of the debt of Mexico, and then during negotiations they could summon all the stakeholders. But now their power and their influence do not exceed 9%. So these weights are very relative, and we haven't tackled them during our debate. These are the determinants based on which we need to tackle the new world or the new order.
China, for example, can't be imposed upon conditions because of the past, the colonial past. Meaning that the political and the economic context has changed. And based on the work I have conducted in the past few years, I unfortunately have not come across an analysis that takes into account this new situation. When it comes to the financial situation, what was mentioned by the Secretary General, we need to issue a call to the Secretary General of the Arab League so that he can address these the issues that have been discussed in this conference based on regional experiences. We faced a terrible year in 1967 in the Arab world, but in that context, an institution was created, the ASEAN organization, and many of the countries which are members of this organization were warring countries and adversaries in the past, but they are now cooperating in terms of trade, in terms of culture and technology. There are massive investments in infrastructure, and there is a distribution of roles between the private and public sector and the protective forces. At the domestic level, there is a variety of situation. There is a disparity between Arab countries in the capacity of the governments to cooperate in the face of disruptions, even in the management of current issues. The relations with internal stakeholders is a factor, and we have seen that those countries can save millions of dollars if only they could take a certain number of steps. The fourth dimension, all these developments, these economic developments, must benefit the public at large, as was argued by Professor Gouia Abdelkhaliq. However, the economic systems were based on an assumption, which was that high growth will trickle down to the to different categories of the population. And it was an assumption that these riches would be distributed, but this has been debunked, and testament to this is the situation of the health sector, the social sector, the lack of equal distribution of riches. So there are several inputs available to policy makers in order to change this situation, and this is why we need to play our important part in this. When it comes to the disruptions, the impediments that have been mentioned that go against the collective good, those stem from several factors, amongst which indebtedness. And because of our colonial history, the indebtedness crisis was caused by, in part, by ignorance, but also because of those who imposed this debt. The indebtedness crisis currently being felt in our country leads to a decrease in wealth and in the jeopardizing of vital sectors. And we witnessed a high level of analysis and work as part of this conference, thanks to the work carried out by the Policy Center. There is an international conference on financing that is held every so often. The next session will be in Spain. And this will be an opportunity, it will be an obligation for academics and research center to peddle a certain number of ideas. So there will be a session on the 22nd and 23rd of December in New York. And I will intervene in my quality as an economist. So there will be a paper which will be presented at that session. The paper will be also available in French and Arabic. So in that paper, several topics were tackled: technology, science, innovation, financing, but also a very important topic, which is external debt. So all these factors have a link to transparency and good governance. So as a scientific community, we need to share our views through our societies, our centers. There are open channels to do that, but we can also do this by sharing our advice with policymakers through our embassies, through our ministries. There is Magid Abdel Abbas, our ambassador, who will be very keen on taking some of our views on board. Once again, and by way of conclusion, before we transit to the to our internal conference, I would like to extend my thanks to Morocco for its hospitality, its organization of this event. And I'm sure all participants will join me in thanking and expressing their my gratitude. We have been able to discuss between sessions, and I'm sure there will be further opportunities to share our views. So once again, thank you to the government and the Kingdom of Morocco, to the people of Morocco. We have largely benefited from this excellent organization. And I would also like to thank the Policy Center, the Arab Society, all my gratitude for their hospitality. And so, once again, thank you to my Moroccan brothers. I would also like to thank the Arab Society, the Board of Directors, all those who have helped Dr. Ashraf Al-Arabi, the General Coordinator of this conference, but also the Scientific Committee, which was chaired by Dr. Leila Khawaga, and all the other members of the Scientific Committee. So as I was saying, the Scientific Committee with Dr. Leila, Dr. Khalid, and all the efforts that they have made, and also like to mention our colleague Ridha, and of course I will now give the floor to our Secretary General. Thank you so much to all the panelists in this panel, Dr. Hadi Bshir, Dr. Khalid Al-Wazani, and Dr. Al-Arabi Jaidi, Dr. Fathallah Wal-Alou. With this, we conclude this session, and I'd like to apologize as regards what was mentioned by the president of the Arab Society, because I didn't mention all the work that was the prelude to this meeting. So I would like to stress a certain number of messages from this conference. So this Arab Society was created 25 years ago. This is the 18th session, but it's the first conference being held in Morocco. So this is of major significance. In all our meetings, we stress the need for a strong Arab presence and I'm thinking of economists, of experts, and so on. So this is one of the objectives that we strive to achieve in holding such events. So I hope this will be the start of a new era of cooperation between the Arab society and other centers and other research institutes in the North African region. Of course, one of the objectives is to strengthen our cooperation. We have issued the Arab Development Report with the Arab Planning Center and the Arab National Planning Center. So we wanted to enhance this work by holding such a meeting. And this brings us back to the main objective, which is to mobilize all schools of thoughts in economics. And we are not only thinking of liberal trends, all economic schools of thoughts are represented. And it was so in the past sessions. Several trends were represented, whatever the political leanings, and several views were shared, whether it be during Q&As or during main sessions. When it comes to the communication between generations, and we have witnessed this communication in the room through the intervention of participants or presidents. And this leads to more audacity in our discussions. And lastly, I would like to thank the president of the Arab Society, but I would also like to thank all those who have taken part in the organization of this event, without which we couldn't have been able to take part. Of course, thanks to the Policy Center of the New South for all the efforts that they have made, all the help that was extended to us. And we look forward to cooperating in the near future. But thanks also to the Arab Planning Center from Kuwait. Thank you to all the people representing those two entities. But also, I would also like to mention another institution which was actively involved in this event. Of course, we would have preferred to extend this event over several days, over 3 or 4 days, but of course this has a cost. So we have attempted to keep things synthetic. I would like to thank also Bank Masr, which was one of the supporting parties. So thank you to the Council of the Arab Society for Economic Research and to Mr. Muhyiddin. Our communication with Dr. Mahmoud has enabled us to open many doors. I would like to thank all the members of the Council who have supported our efforts and who have helped us achieve our main goals. The scientific committee, as mentioned by Dr. Muhyiddin, chaired by Dr. Leila, and we would have hoped to to benefit from her presence, but for health reasons, she was not able to join us. I would also like Dr. Naglaa, Dr. Khalid Al-Wazani, Vice President of the Arab Society, but also Dr. Sarah Ghazar, member of the board. And all participants from the center, from the Arab Planning Institute, but also Dr. Abdallah Shami from the Arab Planning Center, and from the center as well, Dr. Abdelaziz. I'm not sure if he was with us in the room or not, but regardless, I would like to thank him as well. So a tremendous effort was made and put into the organizing of this event. And of course, there are those at the forefront, but also those backstage who have helped us as well. And I'm thinking of the efforts made by all those behind the scenes. So from the center, and I know we have held several meetings. We have worked extensively together. And there was a spirit of cooperation, of professionalism, and we highly benefited from this cooperation. I'd like to mention Dr. Karim, but also with us was Hamza Saudi, Mariam Al-Jirari, Hajar Al-Ghamrari, Ahmed Wasini. So I thank them all individually. Dr. Maghauri is also one of the people I want to thank. Thank you for your efforts. But also Mrs. Huda. So we've coexisted in this event for the past 2 days. So we will move to the first floor to hold our meeting of the Arab Society. And I would only like to add that for the non-members of the society, we are invited at 6:30 by the center. So this is an invitation extended to participants at the conference. So this there will be a dinner and a short visit of the premises. So the visit will start at 6:30. So if you want to go there through the golf cart, you are welcome to do this, but you can also easily walk there. When it comes to the non-members of the Arab Society,